How is it that you have built this 80K a year business on YouTube?
We've tried a lot of different things. Right now, our main source of revenue is a lot of people are like, oh, I want to grow my Instagram, or I want to grow my TikTok. And I think those are great. For me, I've been able to grow my revenue and my YouTube channel faster, I believe, because we've had that email list.
I want to hear about the video series strategy.
I can break this one idea up into a 5-video series. And most likely the person that watches video 1 in the series is going to want to watch the rest because they've already shown interest in it.
What are your tips for busy creators and entrepreneurs that are making excuses that they don't have enough time? Our guest today is going to be revealing how she started a free Bible study YouTube channel and has turned it into an $80,000 a year business without compromising her ministry mission. We're also going to be focusing on why she focuses on video series on YouTube instead of viral one-offs, and how this approach has built her 77,000 subscriber community. We're also going to look at a strategy that grew her channel from 20,000 to 30,000 subscribers with just 12 videos during a year of health struggles. Life is always uncertain and unpredictable, but you can still be consistent on YouTube, and we're going to be getting insights about how she did that, as well as why she has a nonprofit and a business, some of her experience with publishing and self-publishing on Amazon KDP, and also how she has learned at certain times in her journey to record videos at night while her kids are sleeping, and figuring out how to stay consistent over the years and also have grace for running her own pace on YouTube. I'm excited for today's conversation with Christina Patterson. Now, if you're just meeting her, she's a multifaceted entrepreneur, Bible teacher, author, and she's passionate about empowering women both professionally and spiritually. She has a couple different YouTube channels. Beloved Women is her main channel, and she's built an awesome community and has really been doing YouTube for a lot of years. So this is going to be a power-packed episode of insights for how to grow your own channel, start your own channel. And so, Christina, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me, Sean. It's always great to be here.
So I want to get into your story in a little bit, but let's start with kind of the promise of the episode title and the big question. How is it that you have built this 80K a year business on YouTube? What are your income streams, and how does that all work?
Yeah, well, our mission is always to encourage women in the love of Jesus Christ and the truth of God's word by providing free videos and content specifically on YouTube. And we learned very early on, however, that just because content is free for your viewers to consume, it is not free to produce. So we had to get really smart about being able to still generate income so that we could sustain the mission that we feel called to do. And so we have a few streams of revenue. We've tried a lot of different things, courses.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management, juggling of platforms, and unpredictable income. There has to be an easier way to monetize through memberships. Enter Uscreen. Hands down, the best all-in-one membership platform designed specifically for video creators. We help you generate consistent subscription revenue without losing your mind, with powerful monetization features, easy distribution across devices with a branded membership site and apps, sleek video organization and streaming capabilities, and community tools built to engage and retain more customers. Uscreen gives you the power to connect with your audience like never before, and the VIP treatment from our team of experts on hand to help you every step of the way. To make consistent, reliable revenue while keeping full control of the brand and business you've worked so hard to build. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
All right, Tom, your thoughts?
Yeah, well,
Tom.
Step aside. Who put these in, Tom? Only Duracell has power boost ingredients. That's why winners like Tom here only run on Duracell. Tom, are you okay? Why does everyone keep asking me that since the roast? I gotta go. Gronk's down again.
Tried a lot of different things, courses, a app membership, Bible study guides on Amazon, KDP self-publishing, and things of this such. Right now, our main source of revenue is our app membership, and it's a beautiful thing because it enables us to serve our community a little bit deeper, but also still generate revenue so that we can serve our entire community as a whole.
And what is that app called, and what is how much is it a month or a year for people as being kind of your main source of revenue?
It is called the Beloved Women app. You can search it up on the Apple or Google Play stores. It's $14.99 a month and a little over $100 for the year.
And when did you launch that?
We launched that app in 2019 or 2020? I can't remember off the top of my head. Sorry.
And how did you build an app? If listeners are like, I mean, you made an app, was that tough?
Well, it stretched us a lot, actually. I worked with several app developers. First with Vimeo OTT. They were the first app developer that we worked with to create like a membership subscription app. And then we are now with VidApp in conjunction with Kajabi. And we're actually in the next few months going to be moving the app to solely Kajabi, because Kajabi does apps now as well. And so these are just different app developers that we've worked with. And so they do a lot of the work. I just have to make sure that we have the income to pay for it.
To pay the service fee as the software as a service, essentially.
Yes. And so apps are very expensive, especially back then. Now I'm seeing those prices going down as more people, especially entrepreneurs, coaches, nonprofits, are actually seeing the value in developing an app for their services. But yeah, we had to like start small. We started on webs first before we built the app out, made sure we had enough members to support purchasing an app. And then once we had enough revenue to make sure that we could do that, then we actually had the app built out.
I love that. Now, one of the things I want to drill down on is you're saying we. Can you speak to who we is if you've got a team today? But also, we'll unpack your story more, but how we has progressed. Like if early on it was, just you and the spouse, or what has been the journey?
Early on, before the app and all things, it was just me recording videos at night, as you mentioned, while my kids were asleep, because that was the only time that I had to do it. My husband definitely helps out a lot. He's actually a computer engineer, which worked out perfectly for me. So he's able to really like help out a lot with the behind the scenes tech things that nobody knows about. And then probably around the same time as launching the app, I brought in my friend Kirsten. She's our ministry coordinator, so she helps a lot with admin and like community management and things like that. And we've had video editors over the years as well, which was extremely helpful because that takes up so much time. I love editing videos, but it just takes up so much time, and I would prefer to be playing Legos with my son.
Yeah, I love that. So you reached your first 1,000 subscribers in about a year, but I actually kind of want to go back on the timeline here, because it was the year you took things seriously. But when did you officially start the channel? What was your life like then? And then how much time progressed before you kind of took it to the next level and took YouTube a little more seriously?
Yeah, I started the channel in 2013. That's when I created my YouTube channel, and my daughter was 1. I didn't have my son yet, and I just sat down at the kitchen table. I opened up my webcam, and I just recorded a video, and it was horrible. I don't even think I have it live on my channel anymore because I was so embarrassed, but I just thought like I can just flip over my camera and just start talking, and I did, but it wasn't very structured or well thought out. But I got started. I had to start somewhere, and so I had my daughter, then we ended up moving. I had my son. And so from 2013 to 2016, I was just trying to navigate having 2 children. And so I would post sometimes, or I think there was probably an entire year, 2014, when my son was born, where I just didn't do anything at all, just trying to navigate that season. And then it wasn't until 2016 where I had the idea to do a Bible study series. And I did a series of videos, and the channel started to really grow because I was becoming more consistent in posting. And so that's kind of where things took off with our actual growth as a channel.
I am curious back to the why and the inspiration. Like in 2013, what was sort of your mindset? What got you even thinking about opening up your laptop, turning on the webcam, and recording a video?
Yeah. You know, Sean, not many people know this about me, but before I had kids, I actually had a job, and I was a grant specialist at the U.S. Department of State. Me and my husband used to live in the D.C. area before all where we are now, and my heart has always been for nonprofit work. And because my mom used to work at she still does actually, the American Red Cross my entire life, and just seeing how much.
Visit the Northwest Florida beaches and find the adventurous side of beachside. Here, every day is an opportunity for an exciting new experience. And relaxing is just one of hundreds of things to do by the water. Discover more at northwestfloridabeaches.com.
How much impact that made in people's lives, I knew that I always wanted to do the same. I always wanted to be like mission driven, impact focused with whatever work that I was doing. And so when I left that job, because we started having kids, and me and my husband just decided it's probably best for us to have at least one of us home. And at that time, I had no idea what I was doing, and I really needed to just cling close to the Lord at that time, because I was like, working at the Department of State was easier than being a mom, and that was a pretty like intense job. And so I was just doing my devotions every morning, and then it was just on my heart to start sharing it. I started a blog. Well, my friend encouraged me. She was like, you should start a blog. And I was like, what's that? What that was. I started a blog, turned into a podcast, and then that's around when in 2013 I found out about YouTube, and it was just really on my heart to like start a YouTube channel. But I looked at YouTube and I was like, there aren't Christians here. Like pastors were not posting their sermons on YouTube back then. So I was just like, I'm kind of out here all by myself. I don't know how this is going to turn out. But I went ahead, pressed record, and it turned out amazing.
Man, I love hearing about your story. And then later on, the idea of a Bible study hit you in 2016, and you started to be more consistent. Now your channel has over 2 million views. Do you remember when your channel first got monetized and what that felt like? Being like, whoa, I'm getting actually paid a few dollars from YouTube, or maybe a few cents when you only get those first few views, but
It was.
what was that?
I did a book review on a book from Priscilla Schreier called Fervent. And she's like really big in the women's ministry space. And so that video did well for me. And I remember looking at my AdSense, because at that time, you didn't have to like qualify, you just had to apply. So I had applied for the partner program, and I made it, but I wasn't making any money. And then I looked at my analytics, and that video had made 2 cents. And I remember being like, oh, people make money online? Like, this is a thing? And I just remember thinking like, if I just make more videos, I can make more money. And I was like, okay, let's do this.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so then that was before YouTube required 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours of watch time within a 12-month period of time. So then you actually lost monetization.
Right.
And then you had to re-get in. Do you remember when you got into the new terms?
It probably would have been around that 2016 mark. I can't remember. It was 2016, 2017 when I was consistent. It didn't take me long to get back into it. I think I just didn't have the watch hours. And so I was like, okay, let's just post more videos. We can get the watch hours. And it didn't take long. It took longer actually for them to approve. The approval process was like super long, even once you qualified.
I love that. Well, I'm still excited to get into some stuff about seasons and taking breaks, as well as tactics even that you've learned for getting views, your strategy of creating video series. But I want to go a little bit deeper into some of the ways you've earned money. And one of the ways is publishing. Your book, Relentless Joy, became a #1 Amazon bestseller in 2 categories. Take us back, though. Was it true that you got rejected by actual publishers? So how did you kind of have this experience of discovering self-publishing and how that is turned into an opportunity for revenue and an opportunity for listeners maybe that is outside of something they've thought about before?
Yeah, for sure. Outside of those 2 cents that I made in AdSense, self-publishing was the second way that I generated income online. And I went to a conference, like a Christian speaker women's conference or whatever, because I thought that in order to have this impact that I want to have in women's lives, I need to be speaking on stages and I need a traditional publisher. And so I went to this conference and I spoke to agents. I had a book that I had written that I wanted to publish, and I just knew that this book was going to be hot. They were going to be knocking my door down trying to get me a publishing deal until it got rejected by 3 different publishers. And I remember just feeling devastated because I felt stuck, because the publishers were like, well, you need more speaking engagements in order to be able to get a publishing deal with us. And then conferences were like, well, you need to have a traditional publisher before you can actually speak on our stages. And I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? I don't have either. So I feel like I can't start anywhere. And during that time, like, I wanted to just kind of give up the idea, but I just felt like God really placed it on my heart. Keep talking and sharing on YouTube, keep speaking on YouTube, and go ahead and self-publish the book. Anyways, like, it was like God had gave me that message for a reason. And even though it wasn't traditionally published, I still felt called to make sure that I at least did my part to make sure that it was out in the world. I couldn't control the results as far as how many people bought it or how many people saw it, but I could control the fact that I pressed publish and made it available. And so I did that, and that was the first book that I published. It was called Daughters of Fire. And then to promote it, I did a video series on YouTube.
Some days are long, some nights never end. I bought the fleeting seconds flight, I prayed to the coming wind. When time lines slow, never stood around for me. I followed every sky
welcome those who shape the future. Lego House is creating new interactive experiences with Microsoft's innovative AI tools and guidance. Imagine what you can build. Challengers welcome.
You could buy the book and then you could watch the video series for free on YouTube. And that actually ended up working really well. And we use that format to this day, where we will self-publish Bible study guides, and then we will have free video series on the YouTube channel so that people can follow along with us. And so I don't even like promote the Bible study guides that much in the videos, or even when we're not doing a series, but we're constantly making royalty from Amazon KDP just from having those books linked in the description and other places as well. And I just love it because it's a way where I'm still creating that community around the content, but then people have a way with the study guides where they can like go deeper and develop their own personal relationship with God, which is always our goal anyways. So it's just like a win-win where you can figure out what offer works well for you that best serves your audience, but also helps you to meet your revenue goals so that you can continue your mission.
So how did you, What was the journey of figuring out how to self-publish? Because it might feel daunting to individuals to think about, okay, logging into Amazon, formatting. Like, how'd you figure all that stuff out?
YouTube University.
Yes.
Googled everything.
Yes.
And I was like, it would take, like, when I first got started, I was like, I didn't know how to format. I was like, I just have my Word document, and then I have to go on YouTube and figure out, oh, what did I do wrong? And I have to resubmit it, and they'll be like, oh, it's wrong. And it was just a lot of trial and error. I didn't take like a super like expensive course or anything like that. I didn't have money for that at the time. I just figured it out as I went along by how to format margins for a KDP size 6x9 book. It's all out there. Like, all the information's out there.
Got it. So just diligence, step by step, problem by problem, writing out your content. And then do you just type out chapter by chapter in Google Docs? Like, what's your process?
My process has changed over the years, actually, especially with ChatGPT.
Because you can narrate, you can kind of do you use narration? Yeah.
I do now. I didn't back then. I just typed everything out. As I had an idea, if I had an idea while I was out, I would use my notes app, and then I would come home, put it on my computer, type it out. Now I might be on a walk and just have my voice memo app and just start talking. And that's how I do my video scripts now. And then what's cool with one of the most recent updates for the iPhone, it transcribes your, I don't know if you saw that, it transcribes your voice memos now, where you can just click copy the whole transcription of the entire voice memo.
Got it. So you've really tapped into it's helping you write the books and the Bible studies you're writing using AI. 2, for your video scripts. If you're preparing another video, you're out walking, you start getting an idea, you just start narrating or verbally processing into ChatGPT while you're walking. And then
into my voice memo app.
Okay.
And then I'll take the transcription from that. I'll put that in a ChatGPT and say, hey, can you edit this for spelling, grammar, sentence structure? Keep it in my voice, keep it in my tone. Don't take anything out. Like, I'll be real specific about what I want depending on what I'm trying to do. Write a hook that sounds like this,
Got it. Okay, so the voice memo app on iPhone, make sure you do the recent software update, OS, operating system update. And not only do you have the voice memo app, but then you've got the ability to copy paste the entire transcript, give ChatGPT some instructions to not alter your tone or anything like that. And now you can build out a video script while you're on a walk.
I have had to get like super smart and fast about creating content, because I feel like for me, time is always limited. Because I got it, like I was telling you today, I was like, okay, 2:00, I got to get in the carpool line. Like, there's always, like, with the kids, there's always something going on. Or like, I was like, okay, I have to record videos at night. And so I feel like for a lot of times I'm like working in the fringes, and I've just had to, I am grateful for that, because it's forced me to be disciplined, but it's also forced me to be really innovative and smart with how I create content. And I can create content probably 10 times faster than I could 10 years ago.
Man, it is really a game changer with AI, some of this technology, which is nice because everybody listening to this is asking, like, man, how do I balance this with kids or work or school? And so these are some really juicy tips. Now, I am curious, like, if you can think about what has been like one of your best months from Amazon KDP. It's inspiring. I'm on your Amazon page. Your most recent book, Crazy or Called. You got Stand Firm, Worth More Than Rubies, a grace-filled Bible study on the 7 virtues of Proverbs 31, 91 reviews. And over the years, it looks like you've built now multiple listings. So it's kind of like speaks to the longevity of like one book at a time, one Bible study at a time. But like, what are we talking here? Obviously, it's maybe up and down, but like, can you think of like maybe your best month of how much essentially Amazon sent you?
It's probably a few $1,000s.
Wow.
And then on average, we probably get like between $500 and $700 a month if we're not promoting anything. But if we're promoting anything, it'll be substantially larger than that.
Yeah, so this is kind of like this reoccurring revenue stream, also similar to building up ranked videos and building up a library of videos. You also have like a library of assets of the books you've written and their ebooks. Some of them are physical books as well, and that's all through KDPs, right?
Right.
Have you done any audiobooks?
I haven't done audio. I do want to try that though.
Yes. Well, I love this. Okay. Now, again, we're actually going to get into so much more, but one other question, I call this the lightning round. We're quite a bit into the conversation, but sort of the opening things, kind of talking about the financial side. We've covered, the KDP, AdSense, some of the different ways, you've been earning money with your app. But have you also built an email list?
Oh, yes. I'm pretty sure I had an email list before I had a YouTube channel.
Why do you think it's important to have an email list? And do you think that this is an overlooked point for a lot of creators?
I do. I think a lot of people are like focused on, I want to grow my Instagram or I want to grow my TikTok. And I think those are great. For me, I've been able to grow my revenue and my YouTube channel faster, I believe, because we've had that email list, because people have what's called permission marketing, where they're saying, I will give you my email address because I actually want to hear more from you. And so those people are more prone to buy from you, to want to hear from you, because they've given you permission to connect with them. They actually want to hear from you. And so that's worked really well for us over the years. Every time I post a video, I make sure to send it out to my email list, and that helps us to, within those first 24 hours, to make sure we get those extra views from our email list. And these are like the women that are like super passionate about the ministry and supporting us. And so they're clicking those videos from the emails, they're sharing with their friends. And so it just helps overall.
McCormick knows unbeatable flavor. So we created Flavor Sealed, so spices are as fresh and flavorful as the day they were packed, letting you make meals that'll have everyone licking their chops. McCormick, Flavor Sealed for unbeatable flavor.
Privacy. Gelato.
Froyo.
Architecture.
Sharkitecture. Holiday! Was that good?
What a vacation.
Don't you mean holiday?
My bad.
Overall.
And so how have you done that? I mean, and maybe you've used different softwares over the years, oftentimes called like CRM, customer relationship management, or email marketing softwares. But also why people sign up. Do you give away something free? How have you done that?
Yes. So my primary opt-in, which is like the free gift that I give for people to give us their email, is a video Bible study called Worry Free that I don't share anywhere else. I've been using that same opt-in probably since 2017. And it just works really well. And so I just keep with it. But we have different like prayer guides or 5-day challenges, or quizzes work really well. We have a what spiritual season quiz are you in, or what type of Proverbs 31 quiz are you in? And those work really well as well. So we have multiple opt-ins, but I focus mainly on the Worry-Free Bible study video. And that's like our main one.
Very inspiring. Okay, so taking a little bit back, you've given us a picture of your past, but I'm kind of curious about seasons of YouTube. A lot of listeners, young kids, it's a whole different ball game than when they're, a little bit grown up, or different seasons of work, balancing work, full-time job with YouTube. And one of the things for you was having a year of health challenges, yet still growing your channel off of just a few videos. Can you tell us that story?
Yes, that was a very hard year for me. I had a lot of health challenges, specifically a slip disc in my cervical spine, and had some issues with one of my eyes. I have glaucoma and had to have surgery, and then another emergency surgery after that. And so it definitely was one of those struggle seasons that I was in, and I'm just trying to survive. I only got like 12 videos out that year, most of them at the beginning of the year, because once everything started spiraling, I just was like tapped out. But I remember looking at the analytics and being like, wow, we still gained like 10,000 subscribers, and people were still watching all of the older videos that I had posted before. And so, as you know, I had I really started being consistent in YouTube in 2016. I think I took VRA in 2017 and learning how to rank my videos. And so all those ranked videos were still getting views for me while I was recovering. And that was like super inspiring for me to just continue YouTube, because you go through a season like that or any other season where you feel like you're just struggling and you're like, I could just stay tapped out. Like I could just like not come back and be okay. Like it's a lot of work that content creators put in. It's a lot of effort that you're putting in, and you do have those seasons where life gets hard and it's easier to just kind of like quit, you know? But I think that really inspired me because it showed me like, this is working, and this is probably the best platform to create an impact if that's something that you want to do, even when you're not available. And so that just kind of inspired me. Okay, let's still continue to lean in on this YouTube. Also, I feel called to do it. So, but YouTube helps.
So you mentioned taking our program Video Ranking Academy in 2017. One of the things that sometimes individuals new to the term ranking, or I learned how to rank videos, is they're like, what exactly does that mean? So I'm curious if you were talking to a friend who is kind of brand new to YouTube, and you throw that out. That's not exactly like kitchen table talk with your family. Like, I'm ranking videos. Like, what? Like, how would you try to explain that simply of like what a ranked video is and why that again is so powerful through the different seasons of life?
Yeah, well, I would just explain that, people are coming to YouTube usually searching for something. And so ranking your video means creating your video in a way where the people that are searching for the topic that you talk about can easily find you. So if someone searches how to study the Bible for women, our videos will probably be some of the ones that will pop up at the top, because we've intentionally titled our videos and create our videos in a way to make sure that happens. So that's what I mean when I say rank your video, with starting with the thought of what are people searching for and how can I make this video easy for them to find it?
Yeah, that's why we're obsessed with ranking videos here at Think Media. And I think about it in the seasons of life as well, whether in our family we've had chronic health issues or challenges. Now as a father of a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, it's like I'm always looking for ways to have leverage, essentially videos working for me, things working for me when I'm not working, because it may be that you need to work on something else, recover, rest, or maybe that you're dealing with a really heavy season. And so ranked videos are super powerful. And if you're listening to this and you actually just want to drill down on that one topic and you haven't seen my free class, you can go to thinkmasterclass.com, or I'll link that up in the show notes. This goes more into specifically ranking videos. And so I'll have a link to that free 1-hour class in the show notes if you want to check that out a little bit more. One of the things that has helped you with your channel, you're getting views, is you mentioned in our pre-survey that a well thought out hook is working good for your channel growth right now. And you're doing some new stuff, because you already talked about maybe a prompt that you're giving AI for coming up with these well thought out hooks. Can you break that down?
Yes. So as you already know, Sean, those first few seconds of your video are like super important. YouTube's looking at that, at the engagement in those first few seconds to I guess decide how they'll share that video on the platform. So you definitely, but you also want to just in and of yourself, make sure that people are engaged in those first few seconds so that they continue to watch the video. And so I usually do script my videos out completely.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management, juggling of platforms, and unpredictable income. There has to be an easier way to monetize through memberships. Enter Uscreen. Hands down, the best all-in-one membership platform designed specifically for video creators. We help you generate consistent subscription revenue without losing your mind, with powerful monetization features, easy distribution across devices with a branded membership site and apps, sleek video organization and streaming capabilities, and community tools built to engage and retain more customers. Uscreen gives you the power to connect with your audience like never before, and the VIP treatment from our team of experts on hand to help you every step of the way. To make consistent, reliable revenue while keeping full control of the brand and business you've worked so hard to build. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
Out completely. If I don't and I just have an outline, I will at least always script the intro or the hook to make sure that whoever's watching knows what the video is going to be about and why it's so important, why they should continue to watch. Usually trying to pull out some of their pain points and provide a promise that we can help alleviate that if they continue to watch the video. And so one thing that I've been doing is really just studying other people's hooks on YouTube. So, and it doesn't even have to be like Christian content creator. It could just be anybody doing a video, a beauty video or like a productivity video. And so this is like a hack that I've been doing. If I see a video and I'm like, wow, that hook really got me, I will on YouTube transcribes all the videos. I will copy the hook of that video from the transcription and I'll put it in what I call my YouTube copy bank and I'll just save them. And so then as I'm creating my videos, I will take that hook, I'll put it in ChatGPT and I'll say, hey, can you use this hook as a template for my video and create a hook based on this template that you've created from this other hook. I hope that makes sense. And so ChatGPT will kind of give me like a really rough draft, and then I will go in and kind of craft it to really make it my own, but still kind of use the same format of the hook that I really liked from them.
That is a genius YouTube tip, and so practical, and something that we can immediately use to start getting more views on our videos. I'm also curious, are you using shorts, and how consistently are you posting shorts, and how do you feel about shorts when it comes to long form versus shorts this year on YouTube?
I am using shorts. So I have a video editor now, love her. And so she'll take probably 2 to 3 shorts out of my long form videos. And then I will post them after I posted the long form video so that I can then link people from that short to then encourage them to watch the long form video. Because as you upload the short, there's I forgot what it's called, the related video that you can connect to.
Yeah, that makes it a clickable link right on the short called related videos.
Right. So
video.
I'm leveraging shorts to just get more views to the long form videos.
Got it. And how effective do you think that's been, or what have you noticed?
I was using shorts a lot last year because I was doing a lot of testing, and I did see a substantial growth in our views. Both our short view, because some people were like, oh, well, you only get people that want to watch short view, the shorts. And so then they don't really watch the long form. I've seen that that has transferred over to having more views on the long form as well. I think it takes time, though, for some of those numbers to kind of come through. But from what I've seen, it's been working for us. Our view count, both shorts and long form, increases anytime that I'm consistently posting shorts.
That's a great insight. I think it also, for listeners, sometimes the issue is like their shorts are different than their long form significantly. So sometimes it almost like creates confusion, where I guess in your case, it's like your shorts are aligned. So it's
right.
So the people who are following you, they want to learn about the Bible, they want to learn these principles, and maybe a short as a reminder, they want to dig deeper. And so it might settle the debate, because this is a huge debate amongst creators. But for sometimes it's like shorts can be what is getting you views there might be so unrelated to your other content that it could create algorithmic confusion. But the vision of your channel, the brand of your channel, I think it's probably one reason why that's very helpful. That's a great tip for listeners to think about strategic shorts using the related video feature that are tying back to the bigger video that they are a part of. In fact, even to address, sometimes people wonder if they should make a trailer for their long form video. And I don't think you should. I think what you're doing is your editor's cutting out a clip that's valuable on its own that then links back, and then that is a choice that viewers can make if they want to go look at the long form. In fact, I'll link up in the show notes. I had an interesting conversation with Dave Ramsey's YouTube producer and strategist, who broke down how they are kind of using a tiered approach to using shorts that lead to their longer form. And it's a pretty some people's favorite video in terms of just kind of how interesting and tactical it is. So that'll be linked in the show notes as well. I need to know about your day. And what I mean is, like, at the different seasons of life, whether you got a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, whether you are editing at night, and maybe and then things are different. Today, you got to go into the carpool line or to pick your kids up. Like, what are your tips for busy creators and entrepreneurs that are making excuses that they don't have enough time? How do you do it? And what are maybe just some of the practical things from the time you get up to run a business, to also create content, to run the financials, all the other unseen things. And in just a second, I want to talk about how you actually have a nonprofit set up and an S corp, and how we could structure some of our YouTube things for where it's relevant for listeners. But what is your productivity tips, and what do you personally do to kill excuses and get everything done?
I don't always get everything done, but I have a planner. We actually have a Beloved Women planner. And so I try to each day kind of write out what I need to get done that day. And I pick like the top, like I have to get this one thing done today.
CPG recently came out with our new 3-gallon metal combo can. It's the only metal combo can on the marketplace today. As you see, the can is divided into 2 separate categories. Half of the can holds 1.5 gallons of fuel, while the other half holds 2.5 quarts of oil. It comes with our press and pour spout, is EPA and CARB approved.
Visit the Northwest Florida beaches and find the adventurous side of beachside. Here, every day is an opportunity for an exciting new experience. And relaxing is just one of hundreds of things to do by the water. Discover more at northwestfloridabeaches.com.
Like the top, like I have to get this one thing done today. And try to make sure that's the first thing that I get done. So I would say just prioritizing, taking time to and a lot of people are like, yeah, you can prioritize, but like you have to take time and be like, in this season, what is the most important thing for my business, for my ministry, for my nonprofit? What is the most important thing? If it's, we got to submit our taxes, like you better do that, then, it might not always be like creating a video, or maybe it is like today, I got to get a video recorded because we're going out of town next week. So I figure out what is my priority, and I try to structure my day around that. I have like a block of deep work time. So usually from 9 to 12, I try my best not to schedule anything during that time. For me, I know my zone of genius in my business, so that I'm not distracted with busy work. I know that I have to be writing. I have to be creating content. If I'm not doing that, we're not making money. So from 9 to 12 every day, I'm at this computer and I'm writing something. I'm creating some sort of script or Bible study guide or something like that. And so just being really disciplined about doing those things, but also being clear about what I don't do. So I don't watch that much TV because I just don't have time. I don't have Instagram on my phone because it distracts me. So I would be scrolling all day. I love Instagram. So I'll use different apps to post there when I need to. It's so just knowing what my distraction weaknesses are and making sure that I have limits there so that I can be present, whether I'm at work or with my family or things like that. But then also what you said is also giving myself grace. If I know that I've been going hard for 10 days straight, I might drop the kids off at school, come home and lay on the couch and go to sleep, like, and just say, I gotta like just rest today. And like, just being at a point where I know like the signs of like, okay, you're pushing a little bit too hard, like let's reel it back in a little bit. Or, you know, even talk to my ministry coordinator, she might be like, you taking a break anytime soon? You okay? You've been kind of going kind of hard, you know? So having people in my life, her, my husband, they just kind of hold me accountable, because I'm definitely can be a worker bee. Like I'm more the person you have to slow down than push to speed up. So
Those are some great insights. And I would love to hear a little bit more about your definition of deep work, especially as a content creator. So I want to hear from you. It sounds like a time of killing distractions, but sometimes there's this idea of writer's block, not having the energy. I've heard others call this knowledge workers. Content creators are knowledge workers. Like the effectiveness of your brain and your energy and your focus. What does deep work mean to you? And from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., when you've blocked that out, is there anything you're doing to get in the zone?
for me, deep work is the most important work that I have to do. Like you said, that it's not something I can multitask. Like if I have to do it when the kids are gone, they're at school, like it's not the kind of like emails, I can do that if they're like around, or like creating a thumbnail, I can do that if they're around. But like writing, it's whatever work that I really need to be locked into and paying attention to. So that's deep work for me. So I try to get some food in me first. It's something I usually just do, like some scrambled eggs and some bacon, just get some protein in me, maybe some tea if I'm feeling tired. If not, then I don't really do caffeine. But I'm also not like one of those people that wake up at 4 a.m. I tried it. It's not for me. I'm not a morning person, so I just let that go. Everybody else can have that. I'd let that go a long time
You're not
ago.
like doing a cold plunge and then
No.
like running to 20 miles with, like
I
all
love
this
sleep too
trippy.
much. I love to sleep. So I'm one of those people that I know this is like the opposite of what all the productivity people will tell you. But I wake up at the latest moment. I know I have to get out of bed at 7:32 to get the kids to school on time. I'm going to sleep till 7:32. That's just in this season. Maybe later I'll be one of those 4 a.m. people, but not right now.
No, you're setting people free right now, because again,
Yeah, I don't do it. I don't do all that. I tried it and I was like,
it's kind of overrated. It's kind of like what's worked for you. It really can be helpful, but like you get enough. So look at the business you've built. Like look at, and I think you're setting people free because we feel pressure as if like these complex morning routines are really the secret. It's really about finding your routine of getting in the zone. But I'm cutting you off. You can keep going.
Right. No, you're good. And so drop the kids off at school, get here, try to get some breakfast in. I will always do a morning devotion, spend some time with God, but it's like maybe 10, 15 minutes. And then I will write down my list of things, because I got to get out my head. You know, I'm always thinking, what do I need to do today? So like, I just write it down, so it's out of my head. And then I'm like, all right, let's get to work.
Yep. And then you do that 5 days a week.
5 days a week. Yes. I would love to take Fridays off, but I'm not there yet.
There's something, it's like if you see anybody that's getting consistent results and you look behind the scenes of their life, you can see a consistent routine. It's like there's something about it's pretty wild. I just think about 5 days a week. You have deep work from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and look at what you've accomplished. That's all. There's also sometimes it's not, some scrambled eggs and some tea is not super fancy.
Right.
It's not even necessarily exciting. It's repetitious, but discipline equals freedom. And so that is inspiring to hear. Yet it also is unique to you. People do different individual things and to get in the zone, but you found out something that works. Anything else on this routine and the discipline that you've consistently had over years that's really compounded?
I would say exercise. I walk. I try to get 2 miles in every day. It's been hard because it's been snowing here. I'm in North Carolina and it's cold for us. And so, but normally when weather's good, when at that 12 o'clock time, 12 or 1, I try to get outside, get some fresh air, get my body moving. And then I'm like thinking and I'm creating ideas and trying to solve problems that came up while I was doing the deep work and, scripting videos, different things like that.
I love that. this is just coming to mind right now, my number one purchase, I think maybe in the last 5 years that I feel like has changed my life, is a walking pad for under my standing desk.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. I'm about to buy one now just because you said that. You're the second person I heard say that.
And I researched it forever. I ended up getting, the brand is actually called Walking Pad. I got the C1. It's a foldable walking machine. It's under my desk right now. I've now started to easily get in 10,000 to 15,000 steps a day as I go through about 2 hours of meetings. And I'm going to be on 2 hours of meetings anyways on Zoom.
Right.
And it's been, I've noticed I've been getting less chronic pain that I've been dealing with anyways, up in like shoulders and neck because of my hips. I'm feeling better. That energy's transferring towards the end of the day. And I love getting out, maybe with some Bluetooth headphones. Probably best to actually just go on a walk, but I maybe take phone calls and whatnot. But it actually has been the secret for me lately because of just being able to stay working or multitask, especially with meetings. So anyways, if anybody wants to check that particular one out, I actually think maybe I got the C2. I got the C2 walking pad. I'll link it up in the show notes if anyone's interested in this particular brand. But it's been a game changer, Christina.
I'm sold. You're the second person I heard say that, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I got to get one now.
And I used to actually think when people said get 12,000 steps a day, that I was like, that just sounds impossible. I'm too busy. And then I realized, well, this is actually like not hard, actually, because if you're going to be, I can actually, and then if I'm planning a video, I can talk to my microphone right here. And of course, I think the big investment is also thinking about a sit-stand desk, or at least a standing desk that's going to go underneath that. And so there's some other pieces to get in place. So if anybody wants to look at that, I'll link, I have an office tour video, and I'm going to do an updated one because I've got my sit-down desk and then my walkie pad. It's like my new favorite thing. It's like under my desk. So anyways, we'll link all of that up in the show notes. Okay, two other big, really cool things to talk about. I want to hear a little bit about S Corp and nonprofit. You have both, and listeners might be interested in how they're going to structure their thing. But I want to hear about the video series strategy first. So one of kind of something that's been working for you, something that you have doubled down on. You mentioned it earlier that when you create a new Bible study series or you write a book that you publish on Amazon KDP, that you create a video series around it. A lot of individuals are out there trying to make a one-off video, a good video, trying to go viral, trying to get views, but you've built these series out. What can you explain, like, just maybe how you think about this and why perhaps thinking about a series could be a strategy listeners consider more than just thinking about a solo video?
I think series are so helpful because I can have one idea and come up with a series around it and just kind of break it up. So I don't have to come up with necessarily 5 different ideas. I can break this one idea up into a 5 video series. And most likely the person that watches video one in the series is going to want to watch the rest because they've already shown interest in it. And so it reminds me of like when I was a little girl, I used to watch this soap opera with my mom called All My Children. And at the end of every episode, they would say next time on All My Children. And it would just kind of like spark this interest in you to be like, I can't wait for tomorrow. What's going to happen in the next episode? And so in some of my series, I actually implemented that. So because everything was already recorded, I would say, watch to the end and see a sneak preview of next week's video. And I would put like a little 20, 30 second like clip of what was coming up next week. And I feel like that really help people not just to come back, but to also subscribe because they see like, okay, this isn't just a one-off video. Like she creates content that I'm interested in every single week. And so one thing that I like to say is like, when you show up consistently for your audience, they will show up consistently for you. And we've been able to do that, I would say, pretty seamlessly through video series. And I think it does work with the type of content that we're creating as well, because some of the ideas, if you're talking about like the Proverbs 31 woman, you know, it could be a 3-hour video, but I could just break that up into 20-minute, you know, so many 20-minute videos as well.
You know what this is inspiring me is I've studied out when it comes to marketing and psychology. They actually, in email marketing, they called it like a soap opera sequence. because soap operas themselves actually use techniques that really work psychologically. You develop emotional bonds with the characters. You have an emotional investment. There's a curiosity gap when cliffhangers happen at the end of episodes. There's routine formation, like just being able to watch that show daily. And listeners could tap into all of these different things when you're building a community on your YouTube channel in a positive way. I know there's people, there's news shows I watch on YouTube as part of my routine.
Right.
The curiosity gap is maybe what else is coming next on the podcast, and even the emotional investment. If we take that deeper, some of the I've invested a lot of money in some masterminds and whatnot that revealed this tip, and it was this idea that soap operas are they're actually less about even the story. They're about the characters. Like sometimes the stories aren't that good, but you're invested in the characters. And so a one-off movie, you're like, that's such a great story, where really the soap opera idea is the character itself. And the principle was that if you're building a personal brand, like it being invested, there is an aspect where you do want people to get invested in you. Of course, a healthy way, but it's like the reason we keep following you is like, yes, they're learning from the Bible. Yes, they're learning about YouTube. But how else can they connect with you, the individual? And if anything, maybe you're actually not doing this, but it was painting an idea that like weaving in narrative or the connection they actually have. I mean, I really believe that actually, if you're only going to have a one-off video, if all you have is a good video with a good hook, maybe a few videos people watch from you, but if you're going to build a true longevity on YouTube, you do need at some level people to be invested in you. So anyways, we could talk about that. In fact, if you watch the YouTube version of this podcast, let me know if you want me to maybe do an episode about the stuff I've studied and learned about what YouTubers could apply soap opera techniques. You can leave a comment or any other questions you have for future episodes. But I love that. And we would encourage listeners, right? You do this. We love to do this as well. Don't just think about your next video. Think about your next video series. When you sit down and plan these out, do you know how many episodes there are going to be, or how does that process take? Like, do you actually plan them all before you even press record on the first one?
I've done both. So, but I do know how many videos will be in there, because I'm going to have an outline, because I got to know at the first video, I got to know where you're going to end up at the end of the series. So I at least know how many videos are going to be in that series. I try to create at least all the videos in the series first before we start posting, just because something I say in video 7 might make me think I need to reword something in video 3 kind of situation, just because we're doing like Bible study series, and I want to make sure that it really is accurate. But I do think it's easier to kind of just create them as you go along, because when my kids were younger, it was easier to batch content. Now it's not as easy for me to batch content as it was then. So it just kind of depends on what season you're in and how much time you actually have.
I love that. All right. Well, I do want to have one final question for you, really, that I think could be, it's a little more advanced, talking about business structure, nonprofits, and all that kind of stuff. But before we kind of get to that final section, I want to acknowledge you for, one, thank you so much for being a part of our community, for the good you're doing in the world, for the content you're putting out there, but also whether you've been a part of some of our challenges in our private group for VRA. I'm just so grateful for you. The entire Think Media team, appreciates you. And really just thanks again for being on the podcast. You've added a ton of value today. Again, before we get to that last question, give a full roll call so people can check out your stuff. You actually have 2 channels. You have another channel that's teaching some of the more YouTube and business stuff. And so, yeah, where can people connect with you? And we'll make sure to list out everything in the show notes.
Your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze plug-in. It has a microchip that alternates between 2 scents to fight odors and provide freshness for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plug.
Now by Xfinity, a simple way to get dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV you love. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in, with unlimited data, equipment included, and no annual contracts. Get what's just right at Xfinity.com/now.
everything in the show notes.
Yes, you can find everything about Beloved Women. We're on YouTube at Beloved Women or belovedwomen.org. If you want to learn more about me, like professional teaching, YouTube, business, nonprofit work, you can go to our YouTube channel, The Beloved Studio, or go to ChristinaPatterson.com.
Yeah, I love that. So check out the show notes to connect with Christina. And I do want to hear a little bit about this idea, especially for faith-based ministry type channels. How is it that you came about forming a nonprofit and then also forming an S Corp, and maybe the order of doing those, what you've done strategically about thinking? This will especially be true for Christian content creators or others, maybe trying to figure out what entity to set up, how to do it. And so what's that process been like for you?
For me, I originally started as a nonprofit because I was thinking, okay, if I want to have like this mission driven mindset, it needs to be nonprofit. You know, the focus doesn't need to be money. And like I shared with you earlier, I quickly realized that we still need money though. And so nonprofit does not mean you just don't make money. Like, no, you still need income and revenue to keep your mission going. And so I like to explain it like this, like a for-profit business, the goal is to generate a profit by solving your customers' problems. But when it comes to a nonprofit, your goal is to help make an impact by meeting your community's needs. But there still needs to be structure, and you still need income in both situations. As I've grown, I personally think, and this might be a hot take, Sean, I personally think a lot of people that are starting out with like mission-driven organizations are thinking, oh, I should do a nonprofit, and they probably should do a business. Because a business is going to help you to structure yourself in a way where you can generate income to help propel the mission without as much red tape in certain circumstances. You don't have to have a board of directors or anything like that. I think that people think, okay, well, I want to be a nonprofit because I don't want money to be the focus, because I don't want money to become a distraction. But what I see is a lot of people start nonprofits and they don't have money. And that becomes a distraction because you still need money. So it still becomes a distraction anyways. And so I think that you can still have a mission-driven for-profit business that helps you to generate the money that you need to make the impact that you feel called to have. And so for me, we started off as a nonprofit. We're a 501c3 nonprofit in the United States. That's just like a tax filing name. That means that we have certain tax benefits, and that when people donate to us, they can write that donation off on their taxes. So it's a benefit when to tell people to donate to our organization. And it is about credibility as well, that we're recognized by the government in this way. But when it comes to income generating offers like our app membership or our books or anything like that, then that is a for-profit entity. It started off as a LLC. And then, Sean, I got audited by the IRS. Now, look, everything was clear, but what happened was, because I was an LLC, and this is like high-level stuff, but just because I was an LLC, I still have to report that on my personal taxes. And I filed jointly with my husband, and I was like, oh no, we got to separate this. And so that's when I was like, okay, let's do an S Corp where it's a little separate. But that was scary for me, but it also, again, reminded me of the purpose, the importance of really having some sort of organizational structure, despite, if you just want to focus on impact, because the government didn't care. They were like, let me see those receipts. And so it's still important to have a business mindset. A nonprofit is still a business. Mm-hmm. And you still need to have organization, you still need income, you still need structure, you still need a budget, you still need an accountant probably. And I'm not a professional. This is not professional advice. This is just my experience from the past 10 years being in business the past 20 years in ministry, in women's ministry, this is my experience. But yeah, you still need to have some sort of structure, whether it's a nonprofit or a business. But don't knock starting a business, even if you feel like you're more faith-based or mission-driven, because that actually might be the way that God provides the revenue to fulfill the mission he's called you to. And that's okay too.
And ultimately today, because there's this ministry aspect to what you're doing, you still have the 501c3 nonprofit set up because it allows for, in this one method, if people want to say, I want to support and make donations to the ministry work you're doing, they can do that. You have the credibility of that, and that's a write-off for them. So for having both for you, and this could be true for faith-based Christian creators, having both might be a practical thing.
Right. And
then you started realizing, though, well, because I got a YouTube income and this app income and whatnot, I'm also going to have this S Corp set up. Am I following that correctly?
That's right.
And I do want to encourage listeners as well. There's a couple good episodes, in fact, a series that we have here on Think Media that is about taxes, corporate structure. And one of the things that is powerful about an S Corp is you actually can save money on self-employment taxes in the US.
Right.
And even if you're making, I think I talked to a CPA named Matt in that video series. I think if you're making around $50,000 a year plus, you can start actually putting a few $1,000s back in your pocket just because of how you set up your structure. So I know that at this point, if someone's still listening, number one, you're ride or die on this episode.
Right, thank you.
Number two, this is the real stuff though. There's like tweaks to, real creator economy business stuff. And, we want this podcast to be a resource for you. So we've put a ton. Thank you for all of that value that you've added, Christina. And in the show notes, I'm going to do a roll call here. We've got Christina's stuff. You can look at all of that. We will link up that series on taxes, corporate structure. If you want to learn more about ranking videos specifically, Christina's a part of our Video Ranking Academy. It's one of our favorite obsessions here at Think Media. You can also check out that free class. You can watch it on demand. That's at thinkmasterclass.com, and that'll be in the show notes as well. And if you're actually ready to get your 12,000 steps in, you can check out my favorite walking pad and my new favorite purchase I've made. It'll probably 5 to 10 years of my life. The walking pad C2, which is absolutely been a game changer. So always check out the show notes. And Christina, thanks again for adding value. Think Media Podcast. Like, rate, share, review wherever you watch or listen. And I cannot wait to connect with you in a future episode.
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye, chair. iPhone 16e. Latest iPhone, greatest price.
Hi, I'm checking in. Oh my gosh, I'm a huge fan.
Oh, thank you.
I love Skinny Pop. Anyway, what's your name?
Jennifer Aniston.
I'm not seeing a Jennifer Anderson.
Oh, no, not Anderson. Ann Iston.
Ann Iston. I'm so sorry, Miss Iston. I thought you said your name was Jennifer.
It is.
Sorry, I can't think straight. Can I just...
Yeah, sure.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Skinny Pop. Popular for a reason.
$55,000 from one affiliate program.
One of the things I was looking for when it came to affiliate products is that looking for one of those higher ticket items where I could earn a really good commission. I found a company and quickly became someone who did very, very well with their program because I started to rank videos.
That's the power of ranked videos. It truly is passive income.
Work based on time, not by accomplishment. And it'll force you to start making choices.
Explain kind of what your thinking was in regards to this idea of a YouTube funnel.
Yeah, so
I don't think anybody talks about this really. So our guest today earned over $55,000 from one affiliate program using a unique strategy that I haven't heard anywhere else. And in today's episode of the Think Media podcast, she's going to be breaking down the exact YouTube video funnel for how she was able to earn money on the side while working a factory job, balancing family life, and growing her channel over multiple years, and then eventually being able to go full time. She's also going to be sharing some practicals about finances, like paying down debt and being strategic if you yourself have the ambition of doing YouTube part-time or full-time, and her tips and the lessons she's learned along the way. And really the 1% better method that has helped her constantly improve her videos, build her channel, while just using her smartphone to create content. My guest today, Jacqueline, has a channel called The Wild Floridian, and its goal is to help Florida gardeners and people with similar climates find the joy of growing food and flowers in the Sunshine State. Jacqueline, welcome to the podcast.
hi, Sean. Hi, everybody.
So I'm so excited to have you on the show today. And I want to just have kind of like some quick tips right at the start before we unpack your story a little bit later. But before we pressed record, we added up how much money you've earned from one affiliate program, and it's over $55,000. Can you tell this story as far as what is this product, like how did you find it, and how does it tie into your channel?
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, when it comes to gardening, one of the things I was looking for when it came to affiliate products is that looking for one of those higher ticket items where I could earn a really good commission. Because I don't know about you, but maybe you, but I don't really like selling. It's like not the thing I want to be doing all the time. I want to talk about flowers and vegetables. So I was looking for something that I thought would be really useful to my Florida community. Something that might go beyond my Florida community that would be interested for like people no matter where they live. And then I was looking for that higher ticket item. And when I kind of did like a breakdown analysis, it really came down to raised garden beds. And for me, this kind of fit multiple needs of my philosophy, which was because I'm the wild Floridian, I do like to garden a little wild. And one of my tips for my gardeners is, because I did a bunch of it in my front yard in a suburban neighborhood, was like, sometimes you need to put your crazy in a box, and sometimes that box is a raised garden bed. So it tied in really, really well. The other thing was like I really focused on something that was unique about me versus a lot of gardeners and homesteaders, which is I have that factory background. And one of the things that's unique about that is I have a lot of experience dealing with materials in very corrosive and really difficult to work in situations that just really break them down. So as I started to look into metal garden beds, which I knew for me would be the right choice, I found a company that not only had some really great features that I knew I would be able to advocate well for my Floridians, that I thought would be really a benefit for them to have if they were going to go down the raised garden bed route. In addition, I looked into their whole commission structure, and they were one of the ones that was willing to pay a really nice commission for you as a creator doing all this work for them, because that's what you're doing, right, when you're marketing. So I signed up for their program and quickly became someone who did very, very well with their program, because I started to rank videos. And then more recently, I started to think through kind of the whole journey that everyone goes through when they think through buying a raised garden bed. So where do they start before they go and they decide on metal? And then once they decide on metal, how do they go about picking a brand to look at? And so that has been what I've been working on over the last.
Perfect. Now working. You're perfect. All around the you're perfect. Now working. You're perfect. All around the world.
Once upon a time, Goldilocks took out the Ram 2500 Rebel. Next, he tried the Ram Charger. Then finally, the Ram RHO. And they were all just right.
Now during Ram Truck Month, purchase and get $7,250 combined cash allowance plus finance, and get $1,250 bonus cash on 2025 Ram 1500. See your Chicagoland Ram dealer today.
so that has been what I've been working on over the last couple of years.
I love this, and I want our listeners to maybe they're new to some of these concepts. There's some nuances in here. Let's first hit kind of just even how this works if someone's new to affiliate marketing. So what was the website that you ended up finding? What's the brand name?
So the brand I work with is Vajega, and what's interesting about it, I suspected it, they finally would confirm it to me, and now they confirm it on their website, is unlike a lot of the raised bed, the metal bed companies, is they're actually the manufacturer. And that was one of the things, because I come from manufacturing. I know what co-packers, if you're not familiar with co-packers, basically they make stuff for other people. I had a really big suspicion that a bunch of the metal bed companies were just the label and not the actual makers. And Vajega was the one that I knew from looking at their stuff. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they're actually the one making this stuff. And so I really got excited about the idea of working, being a factory girl, working with the factory people.
That's so cool. So they basically supply white label other brands that slap their name on it, but they're kind of the original. They're the source.
Yeah. So they've been doing it for a long time. And only in the last few years, they decided just to do more direct sale instead of just doing the white label.
So again, you find a specific brand, a specific website. You scroll to the bottom of the page, and usually this is where listeners could find, it says, affiliate program or associates program or influencer program. And then commission is the percentage amount. If someone clicks your custom link after watching one of your YouTube videos, it's the percentage amount that you earn. And I think I looked it up. I think it starts at maybe 10, and then depending on performance can go as high as 20% of the sale. Am I in the ballpark there?
Yeah, they have a performance-based one, which is one of the other things I really liked, because there's a lot of brands, like, it doesn't matter how much you sell, like you're just going to get this small amount of commission. And if you do it really strategically, and like you get videos that are ranking for search terms, like you're sending a lot of volume their way. And so I liked the fact that they were willing to recognize that. And I think the other benefit, and this is why it's a benefit to deal with the manufacturer, is because those other companies that are just putting their label on it, right, they're already having to take a hit on their profit margin because they didn't make it. So now that they were direct selling, they have more available funds to allow for them to pay out to creators. So that allows them, they're hands down the highest payer that I can find for metal beds.
So that's one of the tips we talk about all the time, is if you can find higher commission structures, you can earn more, because it's like if you make 1% off of a $10 product on Amazon, that's like 10 cents. But if you make 20% off of a few $100s in raised garden beds, 20% on $500, I think is $100. Mm-hmm. So that's some significant money. If you've got YouTube videos that are out there that people are watching, they love that what information they're learning, they're finding a product. Okay, so you find a brand, you audit kind of their commission structure. You also find it's a product that you yourself love and can endorse and get behind. And then you mentioned you rank videos. For somebody that's new to that concept, like what's the mindset behind why, as opposed to just making a video and talking about it, what is a ranked video in your mind, and how does that connect to this?
Yeah, so I think one of the other things for me, just back on the commission structure, and I'll tie into this, is that because my channel is just about Florida gardening, I'm never going to be the channel that has millions and millions of views for typical videos, because I'm only talking to Floridians. Mm-hmm. So in general, I'm not in the volume game. So whenever I'm going to go do something, it's got to be a quality, higher paying product. So whether it's my own product or an affiliate, I'm not going to be selling millions of things. So I can't just be in the pennies game. I have to be in the we're talking $10, $20 each time. So from that standpoint, I needed to think through, so when it comes to ranking, so now back to the ranking videos. So because there's only going to be so many Floridians who are interested in buying a metal garden bed, in order to rank, I had to think through who's going to be interested in buying a raised garden bed, whether they're in Florida or not. And I'm basically trying to hit those when you go to your YouTube search, right? They're typing in raised garden bed or metal garden bed. And these are the words that they're looking for. How do I get the video that shows up first to help them in their journey of their choices that they're going to make? So the first ones I started to do was just for the brand Vajega. And that's actually one of the first ones I started to rank, is because most people, when they do affiliates, they just do the unboxing. I opened it, it looks great, and I move on. And because I was so focused on materials, one of the first ones that started to do really well, which was the 2 years ago when I really started to pick up commission, is I did the 1 year review. because a lot of people want to know, right? This is not a cheap thing to buy, right? They're spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and there's purchases that come in that are over $1,000. So they want to know, like, is this thing going to last? And so for that was kind of one of the first ways I kind of made myself different than the other people who just did unboxings, is I did the 1-year review. And I also took advantage of that with using questions from my first video to try to clarify things for everybody on things that they were still wondering about, like, does it bulge, does it bend, does it rust, does it get hot? Because I live in Florida, right? So I tried to come back around and answer questions. And there was another thing I did that was also really distinct in that video, is I, in the original video, asked people based on what I showed them how it compared to some of the other big metal brands without putting them down. I was like, hey, what do you guys think? Is it similar, the same, different? So I had a lot of comments telling me what people thought was the same, but also they thought the Vajayga brand was better at. And so then in that 1-year video, I was able to share those. So it wasn't just like me telling you to buy Vajayga, it was also my community giving their thoughts on it too. So it made it a really strong video to be able to help.
Lean cuisine, you could lose up to 18 pounds in 12 weeks. Flavorful, not calorie full.
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye chair. iPhone 16e. Latest iPhone, greatest price.
Community giving their thoughts on it too. So it made it a really strong video to be able to help people in their purchase decision.
There's so many points to recap here, and I want, there's tactics in how you've gotten views, how you went full time, talking about how you balance it with other life and family. We're going to unpack a lot in this podcast, but I do want to kind of recap some things for listeners. So the big strategy here is Jacqueline's made over $55,000 from Vajayga, this one raised garden bed website, in affiliate commissions over the last few years, from making strategic videos. She found this program, she signed up, she made strategic videos, specifically ranked videos, which would be a video you post today that keeps getting views for weeks, months, and years to come. But it's also not so simple. I think one of the things you're hitting on too is intent. When someone is searching for certain videos, they actually are looking to make a purchase. And so one of the reasons people struggle with affiliate marketing is maybe they just put affiliate links in their vlog, but people are watching the vlog just for entertainment or some other piece of information, as opposed to like, no, I'm trying to make a buying decision, find a raised garden bed that is going to last. And then even the different, you're treating this like a professional. You're not just dabbling in this. And the fact you created a video that was a 1 year later, I just can imagine how much buyer confidence that gives. It's not just an unboxing. So even the types of videos you do and the amount of work and patience you put in, this didn't happen overnight, but $55,000 is crazy. And I do want to keep it moving, but if you are listening to this, Jacqueline has been a part of our Video Ranking Academy program for years, and we do have a free class. If you want to learn more, what is all this affiliate stuff and all of that, you can watch the class on demand after this podcast. If you go to thinkmasterclass.com, or we'll link that in the show notes, and break down more of this affiliate stuff, ranking stuff. But I'm also curious about the patient side, because what would you say from first finding them to first posting videos, how long did it take to start seeing any revenue, let alone the significant revenue?
The first unboxing, we got a couple sales initially, but it took months before we started to really see anything significant, which didn't surprise me, because I think, again, kind of positioning that first video, a lot of people are unboxing and they're like, you have to buy this. This is the best thing ever. And I didn't. I said, hey, I'm trying this because backstory, I had bought another brand of beds that were metal, and within 18 months, they were absolutely falling apart from rust. So basically it was me saying to my community, I'm trying a different brand. I'm not happy with a brand that I had not done affiliate with. It just was like Amazon. I said, but I'm trying this other one. Everything I look at online and in the manuals looks good. So I have confidence that this could be good, but I don't know. I'm not sure. So I didn't position myself as I have blessed this product. So that was the first step, which also imagine you're just watching that for the first time. I'm not being yeah, spend $1,000. So you're going to walk away from that first video being eh. But it helped make that 1 year review better because I kept it very open to like, hey, maybe another brand's better. Maybe I should be trying that. And that's how I was able to start getting details from people about like, they didn't like the liners or they were seeing problems with like screws with other brands and all sorts of other stuff because they're like, don't try this brand. I've already tried this. Or some people said, yeah, I've done Vajayga. I've had them for a year. They're great. You should be good. And I'm like, oh, okay, great. So there was like definitely a long game. And I knew that one of the things I was interested in was like, where's the 1 year review? Where's the 5 year review people have? Like that. It's one thing for a company to be like, it lasts 20 years. Okay, prove it. show me it's worked. And so
are you going to do, what's your next one? Will your next one be 2 years? Or are you going to do have you done one yet?
2 years last year.
Yeah.
It didn't perform as well because I think most people hit the 1 year and they're like, great,
sure,
good enough. But yeah, my plan is to do a 5 year one because I think that's really important for people because in theory, they should last 20 years. And what's really important, and this is like kind of the whole like, own what's different about you. So I live in an environment that is very rough on metal. It's hot, metal rusts when there's a lot of moisture and there's a lot of salt, which Florida has lots of. So we have lots of salt in our air from the ocean and we have lots of water all the time. So if we're going to have rust, like it happens very fast here. And so for me, like, I'm like, hey, is it going to last 5 years? Like, I want to know that it's going to last 5 years because also to me, and I think this is important, if you're going to do affiliate, is like, you need to protect your community. So at the end of the day, like if it comes out that all these beds rusted, like I would be 100% like, hey guys, don't buy it anymore. Because I want to make sure my community, like I'm earning the trust that I've, like I'm maintaining that trust with them. Because and I think they would understand that, like I only know what I know, but if I know there's a problem, like I'm going to be sounding the alarms to say like, hey, it's not a good choice anymore. We have information that's new and different. And you want to make sure you have that trust because if people feel like you're just selling so you can get money for them, that's not really a great relationship, right?
Well,
Fancy horse. Fancy gum. Icebreaker smooth. Fancy.
To 5 days of moisture and no wash days in between? Can you believe this is day 5?
oh, you just dropped multiple bombs that I think are some of the coolest things that I'm hearing. Unfortunately, the YouTube industry, the online marketing industry can get a really bad name because in some cases people are on just quick cash. They're going for a cash grab. They're just trying to make money. And like, at Think Media, we're trying to have entirely different values. The one that the fact you said like you need to protect your community, like affiliate marketing done ethically is creating a win-win-win. So like, of course, a win for ultimately the end user that's going to get a product, a raised garden bed that works for them, doesn't rust, they love it. It's going to create a win for the brand because they made a sale and that small business, is growing. But then you as well, you're funding, you're supporting your family. And so the mentality of like caring about your brand, and I would hope Think Media podcast listeners, I totally understand, like we're anxiously wanting to go full time as soon as we can or grow our businesses, but just having that long game mentality, that's another word I love that you use, and focusing on the trust you're building. That's really all you have. I mean, you might be able to make money this week or this month, but if it's at the expense of trust, then you are eroding the long-term opportunity of your brand. One of our core values at Think Media is built to last. And so we try to, every decision we make decisions through that framework and that core value of, are we building to last or are we making short-term decisions? And then own what's different about you.
What I was going to say, Sean, is that I think kind of in that vein, like you have to show that you're doing that. So I had videos with that other brand, even though it was like an Amazon affiliate. When I realized it was a problem, I actually did a 18-month review of that product with its name, worked on ranking that video. And then what I did is I went back through all my videos and I removed the affiliate link because I didn't want people buying that bed. And that's kind of the thing is like people could see that like you have to show them that you're willing to take that hit for them because it's more important that you are giving them the information or pointing them towards stuff that you trust. And when you find out, that's why I said, like, when you find out that maybe there's a problem, because sometimes you just don't know what you don't know. is that you are making the action. So I did make a ranking video for the other brand that basically said, don't buy this. This is a bad idea. And let me show you exactly why.
Well, I just want to acknowledge you, Jacqueline, too. That is actually like the extra mile of your ethics and your integrity, because I think what some do is at the bottom of the pyramid of integrity would be like they promote products that are actually bad and they're being deceptive. I think what most do, though, is they just go silent. Like what they do instead, like, and this happens, there's a lot of, especially in like crypto or the personal finance YouTubers and stuff, sometimes they're like, okay, maybe they promoted something that was sketchy, but they just stop talking about it. But maybe they leave the links in their old videos, you know, they leave stuff up. But I just want to really acknowledge your character to then say, no, actually, I want to be vocal, because the effort of you making a video to say, hey, these beds aren't good, they will rust, will be the anti-sale. You're protecting people, but you're not going to make any money because
Right.
you don't want to, because you don't want to sell the thing that's going to rust. But anyways, that's just very powerful. But I think it speaks to not only where you are now, but just where you're going to be in the future. I was talking to Elliot on our team in our Slack DMs about just some of the people that, you know, create content and sell courses and whatnot. And he was sort of shocked by the way one person was doing it. And I said, yeah, you know, at least as much as possible, I think media, we're trying to do things differently. And we want to, because we want to be, the big idea is like, I want to be here in 5 to 10 years. I want to be here longer than that. I want to be here in 25 years. And so even if short term you make less or have a short term pain, the trust, longevity of your brand is going to be connected to making these hard decisions. So that's a really powerful decision that you made. So as we keep going, I am curious that this idea of affiliate marketing in a specific niche, for creators listening, maybe business owners, they want to earn extra streams of income, but they might not be in gardening. How might they go about finding similar high-paying affiliate opportunities in their niche? What steps would you recommend they do?
Well, first, and I think this is going to become important when you go to sell, because like I said, I'm not someone who likes to sell, is first I like to look at what do I use? Because the easiest thing to sell is the thing that you're just like at the grocery store or talking to your neighbor or talking to someone and being like, oh, you have that problem? Oh, you should get fill in the blank. So thinking through like what kind of things you use and then put focus on like, so make a list of that and then focus on like, what are the higher ticket items? Especially because in the beginning, we all are typically not volume channels. We're not going to have like millions and millions and millions of views coming through or millions and millions of people clicking to buy. So it's those higher ticket items because you don't have to sell a lot to start really making some money. Like you can make 10 sales and all of a sudden, boom, like it's hundreds of dollars, if not thousands of dollars. So I think through it that way first. And then second, what companies do you trust with those higher ticket items would be my next question. And then do they have an affiliate? Now, if you're not sure or you're not brand loyal, but then the next thing is like, you want to go and check and do some research. Like, is anyone else affiliated with them? / are there reviews out there that maybe are making you question? Because I think it's both sides. Like you want to look at for the good stuff, like, oh, they have great commission, but like also is there some stuff out there that maybe it's putting a stink on it? Like maybe I don't want to associate me with that. Because that's one of the things that I found interesting, not necessarily with affiliate, but in other aspects, talking to fellow YouTubers, is that how many people are willing to sign up their brand themselves and like put a stamp of approval on something when it's like, but like, what if it's not good? Like, what if it's bad? Like, what if there's people who aren't like trying to do the right things? Like, you've just like told your whole community it's great, and you've like aligned your brand with it at the end of the day. So I think that's the other things to think about is research, see what you can find out there. Good, bad, or ugly.
iPhone 16e has the best battery life for an iPhone this size, so nothing's stopping you from getting the high score, except the stairs, benches, and rails. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
What's for dinner?
What's for dinner? Yeah, what's for dinner?
Good, bad, or ugly, not just good.
It's like a little mini masterclass. What do you personally use? Make a list of that. And then are there any higher ticket items on the list? 2, 3, what companies do you trust already for or 3, I don't know. And then do they have an affiliate program? And you can always Google, like the tips would be search the brand name and the word affiliate program, or the brand name and the word associate program, or the brand name and referral program. There could be different things. And then do your research. Yeah, are there other YouTube videos of people already promoting this product? You can kind of gauge interest that way. Are there other reviews out there? And find some opportunities in your niche. You know, one of the channels I want to start, and I've got plenty to do, so I'm not really doing this. Like, what do I use? I'm personally obsessed with just kind of biohacking stuff and high performance to try to make it and be peak energy for being a dad and being a CEO and being a content creator. And so I'm into stuff like red light panels, and someday I'm already looking as I clean out my garage to get like a infrared sauna and things like that. These things are not cheap. And so I'm thinking about a YouTube channel related to that. Now, you know, many listening might not relate, but it's like, do you have an expensive hobby? Do you have something you like to ski? You like to golf? You know, being an affiliate for some of these golf clubs, like, you know, that driver, a couple $100s, thousands, depending on, it's interesting. And, you know, those become higher ticket items, and people might want to see a review, a comparison. So that could lead to a strategy for your channel. Now, today, you've got a couple different income streams. What percentage of YouTube income comes from affiliate marketing at large, from all different types of programs you're a part of? And then what are your other income streams? And roughly, how does the pie break down?
So my three major kind of streams is YouTube AdSense, not in order. I'll give you the percentages in a second. So YouTube AdSense, affiliate, and then personal product. And last year it was about 45% was coming from my own products. And then about 30% was affiliate. And then the rest was YouTube, and then some other this and that's. I'll call it the bits and bobs.
So maybe 25%-ish AdSense and other. No, that would have been the wrong math.
Yeah, I'll give you the numbers. 45% personal product, 30% affiliate, 26% YouTube. And then the different, anything that's not in those three numbers is just other things.
Got it. And so affiliate marketing, very significant, and more so than others. And I think because, again, you figure out how to rank videos plus a higher ticket affiliate program. But let's keep it going. Like,
I would also say it's the lowest effort one, because I only put out a couple videos a year, maybe 2 or 3 videos a year related to it. So I don't typically call to action to that link. It's really only through videos I'm trying to rank as part of like the full big picture of how people think through raised garden beds. That's basically it. And then everything else is much more effort.
Yes, and that's the power of ranked videos. It truly is passive income, meaning videos you've made months ago or years ago are still being found and watched. So by low effort, effort couldn't really be lower. Like, as far as like today's effort is like 0, and tomorrow's effort, because of work you did yesterday, that's bringing in passive income, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've brought up a subject that, you know, we actually recently just had a YouTube mastermind in Las Vegas. About 65 people just got back from that event. It was really cool. And it was interesting. We were talking a little bit about this concept of YouTube funnels. I don't think anybody talks about this really. And kind of the idea that, like, well, one, funnels are typically like, okay, you're somewhere on the web like YouTube, and then you send somebody to a landing page, and there's something free that you give them. And then eventually maybe you offer them a product that you have products like gardening planner and some other things. Some people have online courses, but a YouTube funnel is kind of this idea of like a journey of videos on YouTube itself. And this is also tied into deeper education around raised garden beds. Can you explain like kind of how you thought through this and what this idea is? It's very unique, and in the YouTube education space, it's rare for people to maybe hear something they've never heard before. And I'm thinking that our listeners probably has like never heard this before. Like, it's pretty cool to have, you know, this kind of at least concept that I think can help us all think bigger, think different, and maybe really tap into an opportunity for us personally on the Think Media podcast. So explain kind of what your thinking was in regards to this idea of a YouTube funnel.
Yeah. So the idea is that, you know, you usually when people talk about sales funnels, right, you have someone with some sort of problem and you have something to sell to them that's going to help solve that problem. And then there's the kind of the journey you guys aren't familiar with funnels. And then there's the journey of slowly helping them understand the problem, the solutions to the problem, and then why your specific product can solve the problem and it meets all the solution needs. So I kind of took that idea as like, okay, there's people out there who are they're just thinking about raised garden beds. So I started to reverse from like, okay, so if someone is about to buy this Vajayga bed, what's the video they probably watched before they landed on the website? And then what's the video before that? And then the video before that. And I basically outlined a multi-year funnel where I'm continuing to slowly add videos that make their way from I have a problem. So the first step is, so the final steps is basically, I know I want to buy Vajayga, but I don't know, like, should I? Like, they're more looking for confirmation that they should hit that buy button. But before that, they, for some reason, thought metal beds. So that's the next step up. It's like Vajayga is the answer to this is a good metal bed. So before that, they're trying to figure out like, what do I need to look for in metal beds, which was the video I ranked last year, which was kind of the best tips about metal beds, where it wasn't about the brand. It was really just like, here are all the features you should be looking for, no matter what brand you're looking for. And then at the end, it's like, hey, if you want the bed that like meets all of these and you don't have to like spend a bunch of time doing research, here's the brand. I would suggest go watch that video, or you can just go straight to the link. But then before that, which is a video I just recently released, they didn't even know if they wanted metal. They see people with wood beds, they see people with concrete beds, they see people with metal beds, and like, why should or shouldn't you buy those things? And so that's the more recent one I did, which is I did a material comparison, which is the pros and cons of each material. And so it's just slowly stepping them through based on that journey. And I have more that are kind of either in the same step or actually further out that would continue that idea. And every step of the way, like that's one of the things I'm really proud of with the material video is like, I set it up that it doesn't matter which material they end up with at the end of the day. I'm just trying to help people figure out what's best because I'm really passionate. I really get excited about, I'm an engineer by background. So I get excited talking people through kind of what they should be thinking through, because a lot of people will tell you in the gardening world, like wood's the best, but for Floridians, it's not. And I know a lot of Floridians get very frustrated because they buy wood beds, which is where my kind of experience is because we have termites. We have termites so bad, those things are gone in about a year. But in other locations, woods can be a really good choice. So I was really proud of like trying to give that very balanced view to kind of help people think through. And then at the end of the video, it's kind of like, hey, if metal ended up being the choice, like the thing you think is going to work best for you, kind of going through this whole story, now go check out this video that's going to help you pick metal. Go figure out the things you need for metal. And so it's all about building trust. And at the end of the day, most people who are watching these videos will not click my link to go buy a bed. But it's going to help a lot of people. And maybe one day they'll see something else that I'm doing and they like it, or maybe they won't. Most of them won't, and that's okay. But what makes me feel good is like I've helped people on that journey make better choices so they don't end up with beds that like rusted or wasted a bunch of time on wood that's going to rot here or whatever it's going to end up being. So that's kind of how I think through it.
Yeah, I love that. And that is, we were talking about the 5 levels of awareness, and that's kind of what you're at our event recently. And that's sort of what you're talking about as well. Like, where are they at? Do they already know a product name related to their, that they're researching maybe 2 different raised garden bed brand names? Are they back just really early? They're generally unaware of the types of metals and everything, and creating videos at every stage of the 5 levels of awareness can actually expand the opportunity and then leading people on YouTube itself through this journey. And like you said, you know, the thing with affiliate marketing is, of course, a lot of people will maybe watch a video and not end up, they still might purchase a product, but they don't click your link. But how many more people, how many people will ultimately over the years? And you're getting AdSense. You're sending them on a journey, and it's also tracking all the way back to that purpose-driven vision of actually helping people. Like, you're able to do this full time, make a living, scale your income up a little bit, but like truly help and serve people and improve people's lives in the process. So it's such a cool thing that we get to do as creators. When did you reach monetization? Do you remember when that happened? And take us back to where you were, what you were doing in like your day-to-day life. And maybe let's go a little bit further back. When did this channel start for you?
Started September 2019 is when I started officially.
So in September 2019, what was your life circumstances and how did you figure out you're starting a channel from scratch? What's happening in your life, family, and how did you find the time to get started and what did that look like?
So 2019, and I tell this to people I used to work with because people thought because I didn't talk about the fact that I had a YouTube channel for years there. So it just seemed like it came out of nowhere and they're like, oh. So in 2019, early 2019, something happened at work where I had thought I was going to work for the company for the rest of my life until I retired. And then I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. And so thus became a 6-month exploratory exercise of what do you want to do? If it's not this, then what? And I eventually, so my best friend, actually, fun fact, I said this to my husband, and he didn't even know this. I was like, the way I got my job at the factory was actually because I helped make movies in college. And it was basically project management. So a lot of people didn't know that about me, that's how I actually got an engineering job. So I basically thought I really want to help people help Florida's wildlife and its ecosystems, but from their garden. And because that's the most attainable way. And a lot of people in Florida weren't born here, so they don't really know that there's a lot of decisions they're making that are probably having a negative impact on our ecosystem, and they're not meaning to do anything wrong. It's just they just don't know what they don't know. So that's kind of where it started. I joined VRA January 2020 because I had been following along with Think Videos, and I was like, so I'm one of those people. You might be one of these people out there. You pick up things and then you drop them. So I was like, hey, you got to consistently do this before you put out money for a course or a community or anything. So after I'd done it from September to January, I was like, okay. I looked at my husband. I'm like, are we in? He's like, we're in. And so this was the beginning of the plan. At the same time, I'm working full time in the factory. January 2020, you remember March 2020, everything shuts down. I work in a food factory, so I'm an essential worker. So there was no I get to hang out and watch I guess what was it, Tiger King or all that stuff. I don't know, I heard lots of stuff. But my job was to get as much food out the door for you guys because all the shelves were cleared. And so there were lots of panic calls from lots of executives about how can we get more out the door? And of course, people are being quarantined. But not really in my department. Actually, we were really good about staying clean and safe. So we put out a lot of food for you guys, so you're welcome. But at the same time, I'm releasing 2 videos a week. Like a crazy person. And then I got monetized. I think it was almost about a year to the day was about when I got monetized. It was late September. And then I started to make all that AdSense. You making $10, $20 in the beginning. I will say one of the surprising things that I learned is gardening can have a pretty good RPM compared to a lot of other niches. Sometimes I have low-end finance channel type RPM, which was kind of a surprise. So I mostly worked on AdSense in the beginning. And then fast forward, I joined Inner Circle, I think a year or two later, which was, for OGs who've been around, that's what preceded VRA Elite. It was the Elite version back then, and now Elite's the thing that I'm in now. So, but that whole time, for the first 3 years of YouTube, I was working full-time in the factory. So I worked a minimum 10 hours a day, lots of weekends, holidays, took lots of calls in the middle of the night, 36-hour breakdowns, super fun times. So that's what I used to do. And then I'd run home and I'd try to film something and I'd edit and get it out the door.
I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies were doing to it. So I made my own. Chasing Philly helps my business grow, one hoodie at a time.
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
This one's for the curlies. Tangles are out, moisture is in. Made for your type, lives up to the hype. Aussie.
Man, your story is so inspiring. And I think what I love is it's kind of no excuses. You figured it out, you were hustling. I want to go to 2 videos a week. And then in some of our previous conversations, you're working full time in a factory. You're still pumping out 2 videos a week. I also like the idea that once you'd invested in this for a while, I know that for some, when they think about, maybe they've been listening to the podcast, they've been on the fence about Video Ranking Academy, and they haven't posted a video. Many people love jumping in because they have guidance from day one. But for others that maybe you've already under your belt is 1, 2, 3, 4 months of being on YouTube. I love that you and your husband talked hey, okay, this is happening. Like, we are committed to this. So now this investment into the channel is just doubling down on something like, we're already doing. So you are posting consistently for 4 months. You joined Video Ranking Academy, but you're posted 2 videos a week. Take me through the day-to-day. I know that also, but take me back to like maybe listening in your car and learning, editing on your phone while also raising your kids. Like what does a day look like to actually get 2 videos out a week? And then also, are people overthinking the videos? Like how, the production value of you making these videos with your smartphone, what did that all look like?
Yeah. So at the time, I worked about 10 hours a day. That was like just a normal day. There were many days longer, but most days were just like 10. But I had about an hour commute to work. So I used to just like put on my courses and I would just listen, or I'd listen to whatever video you guys had put out that week as I kind of went in and then went out. So that would be part 1. I shot very simple videos. I still shoot pretty simple videos. There's some fanciness happening out there, and bless all of you who do that. I'm not that lady. I'm just running around with my little phone. And so 1 for y'all, today, full time, I still just use my phone. I just use iMovie, no fanciness. I'm not doing anything crazy. At that time, so I took advantage of the car rides for sure. For those who don't work in like high hustle type factories, like I didn't have lunch break. Like if I ate lunch, that was like a good day, but like let alone like I'm going to sit down and do anything that's related to this. So once I hit work, which a lot of people who've met me over there are like, why do you release your videos at 6:45 a.m. Friday? And I was like, because that's when I hit the parking lot. And I could confirm it was live right before I walked in the gate. And then I wouldn't look at it again until, 5 o'clock in the evening. So I did that. And then editing in the beginning, I think the first year and a half, maybe 2 years, I edited on my phone. And the reason I could do that was like my kids were little. My kids are still little, but they were really little. So I could sit on the couch with them. We'd watch, Bluey play Keepy Uppy for the 700th time. So, like I got all the main points of what's happening. So at the same time, I'm on my phone, just like making all my little edits and making stuff happen. And you might think like, and I think that at the time, like just getting stuff out there was really good because I started to learn what people were looking for, what they needed. vidIQ can point you in directions when you're super niche down like I am. It can point you so far, and then I need to hear from people like what's going on. So I started sharing my stuff into certain Facebook groups, very small Facebook groups, and getting feedback from people about like what they were looking for, what they were still have questions on. But at that time, I still ranked videos. My top video, even to date, actually came from like April 2020 because it ranked for search. And it still gets, hundreds of views every single day. So I did that. I did 2 videos a week, and I did 2 videos a week pretty much up until last year. And then I did a lot of data analysis, and then I pulled back to 1 a week. 1 public video a week, I'll clarify. I have a members video that comes out every week, but just 1 public video. But in the beginning, just getting stuff out was like just 1, reminding myself how to edit. 2, just all the things there's so many details. You just have to practice. Yeah. And by just having stuff and just going through it, that's what I did at the time, just getting stuff out. And honestly, it out in a crazy way, like you might think it would stress me out more. It actually took away a lot of stress from me. Because I was someone who liked to do creative stuff, and being an engineer, once I started my full-time job, like the whole creative, anything artistic really stopped. So it was kind of a way I got to do some creative stuff. And 2, interestingly, at that time, some of the feedback I was getting from boss people was very counter to what was happening on YouTube. So like I got a feedback that like, you can't communicate well to people. And I was like, really? There's 10,000 people who would disagree with you. They didn't know that, but I would think it in my head. So I would be like, you know what? It's fine. I'm not getting fired over anything. Maybe I won't get a promotion, but who cares? I'm still doing fine. Everything's fine. I have a path to like get out of doing the factory stuff. So it's okay.
iPhone 16e has the best battery life for an iPhone this size, so nothing's stopping you from getting the high score, except the stairs, benches, and rails. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
Hey, I'm checking in. Oh my gosh, I'm I'm a huge fan.
Oh, thank you.
I love Skinny Pop. Anyway, what's your name?
Jennifer Aniston.
Skinny Pop. Popular for a reason.
Like get out of doing the factory stuff. So it's okay.
So I love these insights. Like you turned your car into a YouTube university.
Yeah.
For anybody that is, commuting, it's like you have a university on wheels, and you can, I'm sure a lot of individuals, they are already listening to podcasts. They're listening to this podcast right now in their car. But being intentional. And when you invested in this program, Video Ranking Academy, you're going through that, you're watching other Think Media videos, but just like always learning. And I want to acknowledge your character. 10-hour days is crazy, plus the commute, and yet you're still filming. I am curious, if you needed daylight and you were working during the day, were you filming videos on days that you didn't work?
So one, I batch recorded.
Okay.
So I was very big into making video series. So this whole funnel idea we talked about was like the evolution of something I used to do, which was I used to come up with video series. Because then I could sit down and write multiple videos, and then because they were all related topic wise, then I would go shoot a lot of videos all at once. And then it didn't matter that, the pasteurizer broke down and I didn't get home till like 9 p.m. because I could just work on editing. And I would always have, and that's one of the reasons I used to be I was one of those YouTubers who always had buffer, because it was like, sometimes stuff's going really wrong at the factory and I can't be like, hey boss, I'm going to go do my YouTube stuff because nobody even knew about it. So I was big into buffers, big into batching, big into series of videos that all connected to each other. So like a simple one, if you guys are in more of the gardening hobby space, is I would take a project and I would break it up across multiple videos. So one would be like planning it, one would be shopping for it, one would be implementing it, and then another one might be like coming back a few weeks later to see how the plants look. So that might be like 4 videos, but it's really like one project essentially. And I just broke it apart and came up with good titles and hooks and outros to connect it all so people would be interested. So that was one way I kind of got around all the factory stuff. Because factory, it's minimum 10 hours, but then like I'd have weekend coverage. So I'd be on site 20 hours over the weekend, easy, maybe 24. Jeez. So you just, you're working Thanksgiving or Christmas. I mean, it's just like... So you can see why I wanted to leave, because it wasn't really good having kids and it's like all that happening at the same time.
That's, I want listeners to hear this is possible. Like, this is possible for you. This is figure-outable. And Jacqueline is such a great example of figuring it out, of making it work. You might feel like your schedule is impossible. Jacqueline certainly sounded that way, but yet, whether that's figuring out batching videos, doing video series, clustering topics, editing on the couch, keeping your edits simple while your kids are watching Bluey, learning while in the car, maximizing your time, and then having a strong vision. Because I think also having a vision that, man, I'm in a factory job that sometimes is 10 hours a day, 20 hours on the weekend. I got to work holidays. I need to do that today to support my family, but I've got a vision for tomorrow for being able to write my own schedule and be my own boss and do this on my own terms. It didn't happen overnight for you, but it happened over a few years. And how does it feel now? So like when you look back and reflect over like the grit and the hustle and the patience and the investment, you've invested in your education, you've invested this time, you've got, all of this under. How does it feel in terms of, and I just love your story. I mean, it's really all of the stories of, at least in our Think Media world, where we're not preaching get rich quick. We're definitely not preaching like, some magic YouTube keyword that all of a sudden, it's just, that's a unicorn story that doesn't exist. Like you just post a video and all of a sudden you're a millionaire. Like the internet is just so overhyped a lot of times, but yet this is also real. Brick by brick, discipline, diligence, focus. How does it feel now when you reflect over the journey? And what would you say personally, those things that kept you going? Like what's happening in your mindset to just get up every day and push through the hard times and the times you want to quit?
For me, well, I have a bad habit of not quitting things, no matter how bad they are. So
maybe a good habit, but like that's
sometimes, sometimes it's not. But okay. So for me, it wasn't. I think one, give yourself grace. So like I typically did 2 videos a week, but when you thinking about it as I'm doing this, like I'm going to be doing this for 10, 20, 30 years, if stuff was really blowing up at the factory or both my oldest son's special needs, my other son had both of them had pretty big medical needs when they're younger. Like my younger one got hospitalized multiple times. Like sometimes I just did 1 video a week and I took what would have been 2 weeks and I just laid it out for 1 week. And so one, give me your grace because it's the long game. So like what's missing 1 upload over 3 years? It's nothing, right? The other thing with you thinking about like it being long run is like you prep for a video. I know I've had this conversation myself and I have to tell myself these conversations is like, man, I thought this video was going to be so good. I prepped so well. And then like you shoot and I don't know, like there's something in your head and it doesn't come out the way you think. Well, you just make it again. 6 months from now, a year from now, it's fine. I've remade the same idea of videos over and over again. So like, it's okay. Like maybe you just end up but you've already done the research and you kind of already thought through it. And now, so that's okay. And then the other piece is I saw it as my road out. So it wasn't like a burden, I guess, as much as it was like the thing. So it's like, if I had to pull back on slowing down, it was okay because like, it might take longer to get out of the factory, but it's not the end of like the road. So just, okay, so you need to pull back a little bit and then maybe you'll push next week. So that's for me. I'm an overachiever, hustle kind of person. It's taken me more to learn to balance as a bigger thing. Make sure I'm spending enough time with the boys and make sure like I'm getting their stuff done. Like actually now being home with them more. Like I've been used to being the person who goes, right? I get to the factory, I work all day, I'm taking calls on the way home, or I'm sitting, standing, pacing in the garden on the phone with my maintenance leader and stuff like that. So making sure I'm making sure that they're going to their different occupational therapies and stuff like that, making sure that like that's really, really, really important. And if I need to pull back even now on a video when it is my full-time income, it's like, yeah, but you've got a long-term strategy. And like I literally said to my husband the other day, I'm like, I got to miss this video because I got to work on this other thing and I got to get the boys to this, eating therapy thing. But you know what, at the end of the day, what is it right now in AdSense? It's like maybe $100 right now that I'm going to miss, but it's okay because I'm going to get this done. It's going to give me some space to work on something else that will probably bring in more revenue long-term. So it's okay. And I think that's the thing is the longer you go, it's kind of like a 401k, right? Like it's like accumulating.
Yes.
So like it's like building and building. So like you missing a video 2 years down the road and 3 years down the road when you've built it, then it's like it's not the end of the world. Or if you're having like you need a break, like just go on vacation. It's okay. You just tell your community like, hey, I'm going on vacation. Maybe don't because you don't want people to know, but like it's okay. You can just say like you're gonna miss an upload. People are okay with it.
Perfect. Now working. You're perfect. All around the you're perfect. Now working. You're perfect. All around the world.
You never forget your first Oreo cookie.
So you made a statement, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I have 2 more questions for you. And
I wrote that down. Oh yeah, I do say that a lot.
Well, and I'm excited for you to explain this because as we land the plane with a couple more, I think, powerful questions, and I really want people to hear your answer to the last one. But when it comes to the YouTube journey, especially as you're growing, sometimes we're all guilty of this. We're listening to the podcast right now, and we look around, and maybe there's somebody else in our same niche or somebody else in our same niche. I want to give love to everybody in the comments who say I say it wrong. I'll say it the American way and the right way. Niche, globally, it is niche. In comparison, we're hustling and then somebody pops up and they have a crazy viral video, or we're hustling and somebody new pops up and they get 10 times or 20 times the views as us. And we kind of even analyze their content and we're like, I mean, we're trying to be self-aware, but we're like, my content's better. Or like, what, why are they getting the views? You say always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And you also mentioned kind of like the tortoise and the hare. Explain that, like how you feel and what that quote means.
I mean, I've been around for a minute. Like you talk about viral for me. And then there's just people you're like, they started the channel 3 months ago. They put out a video and bam, 80,000 views. And they're exactly in my niche. Like, it's different when I was like, oh, they're in gardening and it's a little different. But like, they're a Florida gardening channel. And then like 80,000 views. And it's like a few months in or a year in. And I'm like, dang, what the? And I've had it happen over and over and over and over and over again. That, yeah, I will turn to my husband. I'm like, I'll be showing him on my phone. I'm like, what the? So I oftentimes can't watch those videos because I'll get two in my head. So I'll make him watch it. I'll be like, hey, tell me. And then, being a loving husband, he'll tell me all the reasons that their video isn't good. And then I'm always like, but can you watch it and tell me what they did well? Because like clearly they got views. So there's something they're doing right. Thank you for trying to, like be the loving husband and protect my self-esteem because I'm all sad now. But I will say, having been around the logical side, so I'm gonna take my emotional, never, always the bridesmaid side and put over here, is a lot of those channels that did that 4 years ago, they're not here anymore.
There you go.
We did 3 years
They're divorced.
ago.
I mean, I'm trying to be like, they're.
Which is the tortoise and the hare.
They're, and that's, anyways, back to you.
Most of them aren't here. Some are, some will last a couple of years. I talked to one of my other YouTuber friends who's in Florida gardening too. And one of the things, and I've heard it from some of my friends from Elite, is like one of the things that from the outside, sometimes you need people to tell you from the outside what you do well. And what I've been told I do well is I am like the tortoise. I'm very consistent with my views. Like you go to my channel and I'm like batting the same number all the time. Like I'm doing base hits all day. I don't hit it out of the park, but I do base hits all day and I'm getting home runs. And that's kind of my strength is I'm very consistent. I have a lot of return viewers. I build a lot of community and loyalty. I'm very big on building that. But I don't necessarily, and there's certain things, I even had a conversation with one of my friend YouTubers last week. And she said, you could do some stuff to like agitate things more and you get more views. And I'm like, yeah, but that's so counter to me. Because what I used to do in the factory, part of my job for a few of the years was I would be put in like the most contentious departments where there's like workplace violence, possible active shooters, sexual assaults and all sorts of, and my job was always to like calm the waters. So me agitating things is like, no, we're not doing it. But I mean, that's the one thing from like the 20,000 foot views. I'm very consistently and methodically growing. I am the tortoise, just kind of plodding along, getting bigger each year. It's never really sexy looking, but it keeps happening. And so I just keep going.
But also look at you now. And I think these are such great, I mean, these are like ultimate values, like run your own race. I also think, like, the grass is greener. We look at somebody else's channel, maybe we see their views, we see, oh man, they started later than me, and we can get into that, but you just never know what's happening behind the scenes. And then you also let things play out. You never know if that's going to be sustainable. Where are they going to be in 3 or 6 months or 12 months? And that's not, you're not praying for somebody else's downfall, but like, I've seen that over the long haul that it's like, well, we'll see. Time will tell. Your race, your pace, run your own race, patience, long game. Newcomers will come on the scene, they'll come and go. But if I think about all of this, it kind of ties up the podcast is like this farmer mentality versus the hunter mentality. And sometimes as a hunter, we do need to like go kill and eat tonight because we have to feed our family. And that's why we work a day job, because we know we work, we get paid. But YouTube and building an online brand that lasts, you don't want to have a hunter mentality because you want to have a farming mentality. I'm planting seeds, I'm watering them, and then I'm being patient. And sometimes it feels like it's so slow, like I'm staring and trying to watch the grass grow. But over time, and you've proved that out. So you're getting to hear, listeners are getting to hear a narrative and a real story that you've lived in your life of what a YouTube career can look like over years of patience, of diligence, and really of like not having any viral videos, quote unquote viral. But you mentioned a term, VFM, viral for me, just like beating your previous best. And people can't see underneath the surface. They might look at your subscriber count, your view count, and they might be like, oh man, that's not, she must not have much, enough money to live on. But most people only are focusing on views where you've got this deeper business. And I actually did say we were landing the plane. I do want to close the loop. You've productized what you know. And you've actually created 2 products that on the video version of the podcast you can hold up. You started with 1, now there's 2. Explain these products and actually what it was like. These are beautiful too. And this actually, I hope, inspires vision. Digital products are awesome. It's a good way to get started, but you've gone like full circle into creating these like beautiful resources that you're now able to like offer to your audience. Explain what you've packaged, what you know, and how that ties into your channel. And this is the like almost 50% of your revenue. This is like kind of basically the core of your online business.
Yeah. And it goes back to that whole, like, what's your community? Who are you serving? Because I mean, I remember early on, not from the VRA family, but from other people would be like, you're only going to be doing Florida gardening. Like, you're not going to do other things. And like, now I'm the #1 channel for Florida gardening. Like, when you just type in Florida gardening, you will see my video first, and probably 4th and 10th and 12th and 15th, because that's all I do is I talk to Floridians. And when it came to figuring out a product, it was really solving at that time, like what wasn't really being solved for people, which was what to plant and when to plant it, which for Florida is, and that's where like knowing your community is that I recognize that Florida was a very different climate. Most people weren't born here. I could pull up census data to show all that fun stuff. And so I needed to help them. And then so one of the logical things is to have some tool to tell you what to plant and when to plant it. But I am a planner girly. Like, forget gardening. I just love planners in general. Like, I like plan, like I have happy planners and Bujo planners. If you're in the planner world, you know, like all these little terms. So like, of course I'm going to make a planner that's pretty and that you can like write in, and it'll tell you what to plant. And it's Florida specific. It's not for everybody. It is just for Florida, and it solves the problems for Florida. And I get lots of good feedback. I get lots of comments unsolicited on videos. People were like, oh my God, I didn't realize how much was in there. Like, I didn't realize like how much planning space you gave me and how much detail you're going to give me for, you know, so, and then I have people now who are like, I live in Arizona. Is there an Arizona version or Georgia version? And I'm like, I mean, I don't know anyone who's making it. I tell you if I did. And so this answered what to plant and when to plant it. And the book came from a lot of people saying like, I love all your content, but like, is there a place that kind of summarizes the main ideas? Because Florida is so different gardening wise. So it's kind of like, why is Florida different from the way I should understand it? And that's where the book came in, is it really was supposed to help. And it's the beginner's guide to Florida gardening. It's really supposed to help people with like the very fundamental concepts around our environment, our wildlife, our ecosystems, and how it applies to their gardening. And it breaks it down in a very specific way. And so then they kind of pair really nicely together, because this helps you understand why things are happening the way they are in Florida. But this just keeps you on track to be like, hey, you know, most gardening channels right now are just planting their first seeds for lettuce. And I'm like, forget lettuce, forget even tomatoes at this point. Like, we're on to like loofahs and stuff like that. So it'll help them understand why am I saying all the crazy things I say. So yeah, and what happened was like, I did a lot of pricing, and that's when the bundle came up. It was in late 2023 is when I started offering the bundles, because I realized if from a pricing structure, it could increase my profit margins on the book. So like, you can get the book through Amazon, but if I offer it with a planner, instead of making $2 on this book, I now make $7.50 on the book by combining it with this. And then I make the same high profit margin on the planner too. And then that allows me to.
Big Tropic Bowl fan, are we? Lucky you, Acai just got an upgrade at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. 2 words, Nutella drizzle. And the exotic new Dragon Fruit Bowl is as tropical as it gets. Dive spoon first. You're on tropic time now.
Not work in a factory.
So how much is the planner?
The planner is $39.
And then the book is an upsell?
Is $10 plus shipping. So it's combined with shipping, it's around $54, $55 for them.
If they get the bundle.
If they get the bundle, which most people get the bundle. That was the interesting thing. I just put it together because I was like, hey, this would be an idea. I didn't even mention it. We just threw it on the page, and we started selling way more bundles. Like, it's not even 50-50 planner bundle. It's way over.
And then do you know your margin off of that? So by the time you're printing everything and getting it all shipped out?
Yes. So you're talking about for the planner or for
or
the
maybe the whole bundle? Once shipping's paid, or $54 collected, but then there's the cost of shipping and the cost of
It's
printing.
about $20 profit, $22 profit.
Got it. So you've really built out, and then how is your book on CreateSpace through Amazon? Basically, like anybody, you could also upload it on Amazon.
Yeah, so they're both made through KDP, Kindle Direct Publishing. So they can both be bought on Amazon. The difference is that the planner is at a much higher price on Amazon. So I still make the same profit margin on the book, but by buying it through me, you get a discount because they take a lot. They take a lot in the royalty side, like a lot.
That actually, I mean, that's just across the board, no matter what the product is. If you go direct to the website, it would seem like they can give you, because Amazon is not taking their cut when you cut Amazon out, you know?
Right.
But Amazon is a big marketplace. So the idea that you could have it in both places is also nice, because if any sales come in. And then also, you know, we'll continue to unpack more nuggets. You actually were able to get that beautiful book. You could hold it up again. One of our, partners, a friend of mine, Chandler Bolt, has a company called Self-Publishing School. And so you work with them to get that book done, right? Like how was that experience?
Oh, my coach, Brett, he was great. I liked, and I like that Elite now kind of has a very similar system. It was great. Because I mean, like, I think we had like a little free thing where we did like a brainstorm dump, but like what I really liked is, so Brett was my coach, and he would really spend the time following, it's like their model of like, what are you trying to accomplish? And it's very similar stuff that what we do in the VRA, like the niche finder and stuff like that. Like, who are you trying to reach? What are you trying to solve for them? And all that kind of stuff. So making sure it was really, but I loved how they would have writing sessions, writing rooms. So like you would show up like Wednesday morning, you turn on your cameras, you tell everybody tells each other what they're going to write, like what they're going to work on. Like I'm going to work on chapter 2, I'm going to get 500 words done, whatever. And then we all turn our cameras off and there's just like meditative music and we would just, but their method of like how to work through a book for me worked really well. Because I knocked this thing out like super fast. I don't even remember. I think I joined probably in the spring. It came out August of 2023. So it was like 6 to 9 months. I think the whole process. Maybe I started in January, but it was about 6 to 9 months, and I had a published book.
Man, that's so cool. So a couple of resources I want Think Media Podcast to know about is I'll put in the show notes. I actually have a couple of videos to maybe help you decide reasons to write a book and how to make it happen. That's a free video series on the podcast or audio series. I'll link that up in the show notes. And then also, if you want to learn a little bit more about what Jack, startyourbook.live, there's an on-demand class from Self-Publishing School about some really tactical things of how to write and publish your book in 90 days. So that URL is startyourbook.live. That'll be in the show notes. And then a couple other resources earlier on too, if you wanted to learn a little bit more about ranking videos and affiliate marketing, we have a free class on demand at Think Media at thinkmasterclass.com. That'll all be in the show notes, a few extra episodes, a few extra resources. And Jacqueline, you've added just massive value today. I want you to give a full roll call if people want to check your channel out, which I think they should. Good students study. Success leaves clues, and you've been very successful, and your channel's very also unique and I think inspiring. I want, if you're not driving or able to actually check out Jacqueline's channel. I mean, I think you could see like videos don't have to be complex. She's still filming on her phone. You look at like kind of the overall content of her channel, like it's an inspiration to see what you've done and also how financially successful it's been, speaking to the impact and income.
To 5 days of moisture and no wash days in between? Can you believe this is day 5? With lean cuisine, you could lose up to 18 pounds in 12 weeks. Flavorful, not calorie-full.
So where can people follow you? We'll make sure that these links are in the show notes.
I'm 100% YouTube. So you can find me, you can just go to YouTube and you can just type in Florida gardening. I am usually actually for the last 18 months, I'll say it, let me celebrate myself.
You're like, yeah, but
I'm number one
gardening. I just own the whole space.
Yeah, no, I mean, like you just type in Florida gardening and you'll see lots of my videos, but the channel name is Wild Floridian.
Yeah.
So I'm here to help and support my Floridians find the joy of gardening down here in the subtropics, growing food and flowers.
Yes. Okay. Final question. What's your best advice for someone with a full-time job who wants to build a profitable YouTube channel without burning out?
Without burning out? Work based on time, not by accomplishment. So your time is limited. So you will basically say, this is the time I have to edit. And that's what I get. So I get an hour to edit. That's what I get. And it'll force you to start making choices because we could always make it better. We could always make it more something, but forcing yourself to just have time blocks to just, this is what I'm going to do. I have a half hour to film or I have 30 minutes to prep. And that's all I got because that's what I got for the week. That way you can do your job and keep showing up for your job. You can keep showing up for your family. You still have time to sleep and relax. Sometimes you can do that. And then, but then you start getting stuff done. So I have an hour. This is my list. I'm going to get as far as I can on my list. And that is what it is. That would be my best way to say to just get started. And then just get out of your head, get out of your own way, because that's the time killer, is overthinking things. You just got to, I do it even to this day. I turn on a timer. I'm like, you got 90 minutes, go. That's what you got. You got to get it done.
Jacqueline, so grateful for you. And Think Media Podcast, wherever you listen or watch, it means the world to us. If you like, rate, review, and share the podcast. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I can't wait to connect with you in a future episode. The biggest mistakes you see people making during interviews.
When you can tell they didn't really listen to the answer and they were just focused on their next question. For me personally, it's the missed follow-up where all great interviews go to die.
Someone that's just starting is like, I have an aspiration to do this, but that first interview, how do you get comfortable and develop confidence to get into conversations with people of such high caliber?
Those first couple questions need to try to establish connection and chemistry.
How do you go about trying to come up with questions that are original, unique, different?
3 things that I'm doing. First thing is,
podcasting is exploding right now. YouTube alone sees viewers watching over 400 million hours of podcasts monthly on TVs, and major platforms like Netflix are rushing into the podcast game. The opportunity is massive. Creators like Alex Cooper are landing $125 million deals and building business empires beyond their wildest dreams. But competition is fiercer than ever. So how do you stand out? Well, you need exceptional interviewing skills, the kind that turn casual conversations into unforgettable moments that grow your audience. And today, you'll learn from one of the true masters of the interview, Ken Coleman. Dave Ramsey calls him one of the best interviewers in the country. And we're going to be learning about how you can craft perfect questions that get guests to share stories they've never told before. The exact preparation methods that build instant rapport with guests, from politicians to entrepreneurs, and why most podcast hosts completely miss the transformational moments that turn listeners into super fans. This confidence building framework is going to help you whether you're just wanting to launch a new show, whether you want to architect an upcoming video podcast or podcast, and become a better interviewer and conversationalist. Today with me is Ken Coleman. He is the host of Front Row Seat. He is a 3 times best-selling author, frequent guest on Fox Business, and he also coaches thousands of people to get better, move up, and lead well. Ken Coleman, welcome to the Think Media Podcast.
Great to be with you again, friend. Love what you're doing, Sean.
So I'm excited to dive in. You actually wrote a book years ago. It was one of the first books I ever bought from you, called The One Question.
Yeah.
And you are an expert. You've interviewed all kinds of athletes and now politicians and entrepreneurs and business people. Now, you talk about how a single question can reveal profound insights. Can you talk about how you learned that and what you've learned about the power of crafting the right question for the right guest?
I love this question because when I wrote that book many years ago, I was launching into a career built around doing interviews. I was associated with a very large leadership conference called Catalyst, connected to John Maxwell, the leadership guru. And so I had gotten the opportunity to, when I launched the Catalyst podcast, and then I would do these long form interviews on stage in front of 12,000 leaders. You know, I had to figure out how to craft a conversation.
Can't decide. Let the cream do it. Twist on it with Oreo.
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye, chair. iPhone 16e. Latest iPhone, greatest price.
Going to bring as much value as a keynote. At least that was the goal. So that's where that started for me. When I got into the interview craft, I was trying to figure out, how do I interview Tony Dungy, the Super Bowl winning coach of the Colts, who's not necessarily a gifted communicator at all, and more comfortable in an interview. But how do I turn that interview into something that has as much takeaway as a keynote? And that was a lofty goal. I'm not sure we ever got there, but we sure did try. And as a result, I developed the process and self-train on how to do a good interview. But if I go back further to answer your question specifically, that notion that a question could change your life, I discovered that early on, hanging out with my dad, who was a pastor, at pastors' conferences, and being in the room with, great preachers and leaders. And because I was a middle schooler or a teenager at the time, and he'd always introduce me, these people would be very kind, like, oh, here's the young kid. And I just instinctively one day in one of those backroom meetings led with a question, and because I was curious. And I remember early on realizing how impactful it was. It was impactful in a couple ways. Number one, it was a small talk opportunity where that person must have said to me, "How you doing, young man?" or "Good to see you." And I just took the moment to ask a question that I was interested in. And so it was impactful in a couple ways. And there's some real learnings here based on your setup. Number one, it caught them off guard in a good way. They weren't expecting a middle schooler or a teenager to ask a question. They were probably expecting small talk, right? Just kind of a return. Hopefully the kid can look you in the eye. Hopefully the kid can shake your hand and doesn't act awkward. Of course, I'm old. So back in my day, we knew how to have a conversation with an adult because we never had a device. So it just kind of caught them off guard in a good way. The second thing it did is it made a deeper connection between me and that person, because they were kind of like, well, this kid came to play and asked me a question that I actually need to answer. And I'm engaged. And so the connection was deeper than just a quick, how you doing, hello. And the third thing it did is I actually learned something. And it proved to me that one question literally can change your life. It can open up a door of opportunity that maybe before that moment didn't exist, or you've been looking for it. Or it, in this example, provides some insight that gives you a distinct advantage because you just learned knowledge and wisdom. And usually it's a combination. So early on, Sean, before I ever thought about getting into being an interviewer and broadcasting, because I went the traditional route of radio, I figured out that being curious is an advantage. And taking curiosity, which we all have, and begin to hone it by asking questions, because curiosity unused, I believe, can disappear. We know from data. In fact, that very first book you mentioned, One Question, I cited data, a study from the University of Michigan that said that by the time we reach the 8th grade, most Americans are only asking 2 to 3 questions a day. Now, you're a dad of little ones. I've got 3 teens, but any parent listening to us right now, watching this, that's a striking piece of data because kids are hardwired to ask questions. Toddlers ask hundreds, if not hi, Daddy. Are they trying to be obnoxious? No. They have an innate curiosity to get to the bottom of things. So if we use that curiosity and we ask good questions, then eventually we'll ask better questions. And when we ask better questions, we eventually ask great questions. And when you ask great questions, you get great results.
I'm so excited to hear about your interview process that you eventually developed. But if we go a little bit deeper on questions, you know, we're living in an era where a lot of people want to start a video podcast. There's a big opportunity for it. It really is an incredible opportunity. Even the way we're engaging right now, you're in Nashville, I'm in the Pacific Northwest. Through technology, we're able to create a show, turn this into a video podcast, distribute it in audio. You can connect with anybody in the world right now. And as a result, a lot of people are starting shows, and a lot of guests they've already been on things. I mean, even some bigger guests, you start realizing, like, when someone goes on their podcast tour, they go on 5 shows, 10 shows, 15. And so one of the most important things in content creation is figuring out how to be different, figuring out how to stand out. So if you were to give us any tips in an age where we might just plug in the person's name to AI and be like, hey, can you give me some questions to ask this person? There's going to be a lot of people who are echoing the same information. How do you go about trying to come up with questions that are original, unique, different, that really help people connect with your content over the years that listeners could think about for trying to really carve unique conversations with guests they invite on their shows?
Yeah, it's really good. 3 things that I'm doing. First thing is I ask myself, what does the audience want to know? So if you have a target audience for a show you want to launch, or you have an existing show and you have stated ahead of time, this is my audience. So that's your demographic, you know, and so never lose sight of your audience when you craft an interview. And so the way I do it is it's a 3-part.
Ever wish for a more personal way to reach your audience?
I wish there was a way I could reach my audience, but personally.
You should sign up for Emma, the easy...
Maybe I should sign up for Emma.
Never mind. Anyway, meet Emma, the easy, work with you, basically your best friend, email marketing service.
I do like friends, but I really don't have time to learn email code.
Don't sweat it. Making emails only takes minutes with Emma's drag and drop builder, so you can spend time
making balloon art.
Yeah, that is a thing you could do. Oh, and with our reporting features, you can see what's working and when you could do better.
Great. I'll set reminders to send my emails.
Well, you could, but Emma's automation feature means you can schedule emails ahead of time to go out whenever you want, based on dates and triggers.
So I could send out emails while I'm on vacation?
Yep.
But wait, some of my subscriber info is in other apps.
Not a problem. Emma has tons of integrations available. Or you can build your own integrations with our open API. And with sign-up forms and segmentation, Emma makes list building and personalized journeys way easier than you'd think.
Okay, but what if it's not way easier than I think?
Don't worry, you're covered. Our super friendly support team is here to assist at every step via phone or email. Hey, buddy.
Hey. Cool. Wow, well, thanks.
You're welcome. Emma, easy, work with you, basically your best friend, email marketing.
Do you know that Judicial Watch is one of the most widely supported public policy groups in the country? And there's a lesson there, isn't there, for politicians of both political parties. Fighting corruption is something the American people want. Democrat, Republican, most liberals, most conservatives. Who's in favor of corruption? Few citizens are. Politicians are another matter. And Judicial Watch is front and center in doing the work for you.
question. First question is, what does my audience want to know? So let's just take front row seat with Ken Coleman. What does my audience want to know? They want to know how to get better so they can move up professionally. And if they keep moving up, they're going to be in a leadership role. They want to know how to lead effectively. So my audience wants to win professionally, right? That's what they want because all the trappings that come with that. So I know my audience. So what does the audience want to know is the first question. Well, they want to know how to win. Okay. Now, that's very broad. So that's why the second question comes in. What does the audience need to know? All right. So the way I lay it out is the audience needs to know how to get better, move up, and lead well. So front row seat, if you look at my team in the meetings, we have these 3 buckets, and it's in the tagline of the show. Get better, move up, lead well. Those are the buckets of content because I've determined, based on research and knowing the audience, that's what they need to know, okay? They need to know how to get better. So that is physical, spiritual, relational, financial, okay, emotional. So just take those. So that's just, if I look at what is get better bucket, that means get better as a person. Because I know if they get better personally, Sean, they're going to bring that person to work with them. And as a result, it'll help them to move up professionally. So let's look at the move up. What do they need to do to move up professionally? Hard skills and soft skills. Pretty simple. Again, lots of content underneath those headings, but you've created a menu. And then the third bucket is lead well. So this is leadership 101, communication, delegation. Just as 2 little simple examples, but I know what leadership 101 looks like, right? So that's what the audience needs to know. Now you start thinking about guests and you go, okay, so let's take the physical, the subcategory under get better. So physical, that's a nutritionist, that's a workout expert, that's a sleep expert. Okay, you start going, okay, these are things that can help them physically. Someone who's a stress expert, whatever. So you start going, okay, what do they need to know? They need to know how to be better physically so they have more energy to take to work. So you start going sleep, exercise, nutrition. You get that. So then you go, okay, so if that's what they need to know, then who's the best guest to come in and provide that information for them? So I'm always looking at a guest that has the right expertise or experience, and ideally both. And I want someone who is an expert, but also someone who has an experience to go along with it. And I don't want to just have a bunch of professors all the time. I want some people who, have lived it and they lost 400 pounds and now they have 6% body fat. Now that's an expert, but also someone with an experience. So the 3 questions are, and I tried to illustrate them real quick. It's what does the audience want to know? That means you got to know your audience. So what does the audience want to know? What do they need to know? Because there's a difference between want and need. I want to know how to lead better. Okay, great. Well, what do you need to know to be a better leader? There's your answer there. And then what can your guest bring to that need? How can the guest meet the need through their expertise and their experience? Now, those 3 questions, those have to be answered before you even write your first question. But once I know the answers to those questions, Sean, now I know how to construct the interview, because the interview is got to tee up or lead the guest to be able to deliver what the audience needs. And back to that example I gave earlier, if you're doing a big time interview, it needs to have the same value, or you need to try to have the same value coming out of that as you would a keynote. And that is going to be directly related to the quality of your questions. So before I ever construct the interview, I answer those 3 questions. Then I move into, okay, how do I want the interview to end? And then that tells me how I want the interview to start. And that allows me to create this narrative.
How do you usually want the interview to end? So you're thinking about an emotion?
It depends on the person and the topic. And when I say topic, I'm saying loosely. We got a general theme here, but we're going to cover so much. So every interview needs to end in its own unique way. Sometimes you can plan the ending, with the last question, and sometimes you can't. But when I write an interview, I'd at least like to know, where do I want this to end up? Like, what's kind of that last thing? And then that allows me to go, okay, then where do I need to start to try to create some rapport? Rapport is huge. I don't think there's any throwaway questions, but I do think there are some questions that are lighter than others to establish connection. In other words, I'll take you to an example. The only time I interviewed Condoleezza Rice. So for those who don't know who Condoleezza Rice is, you can look her up, but she was the National Security Advisor and then became Secretary of State for President George W. Bush. So this is a serious lady. Before that, she was the provost at Stanford. And then prior to our conversation, she became the second woman and the first minority female to be a member at Augusta National, the legendary golf, super, super private club. So this is a woman with tremendous gravitas, and she's accomplished a lot. And she's also been interviewed 5,000 times. So I got a lot going against me here, and I'm interviewing her in front of 5,000 leaders. So that's its own pressure cooker, because leaders are critics and they're sitting there going, feed me, Ken, I came here to see Condoleezza Rice and I got to deal with you up there. This better be good. I mean, that's the idea. And they're not really thinking that, but some probably were. Here's my point. First thing I said to her before we even sat down, we walked out, the crowd's clapping for her. And she's standing up. We're about ready to sit down in these comfortable chairs. She's just given a keynote. So they've heard from her, but it's been a canned keynote. And I'm got ready to take this thing a totally different direction. And she's just...
Big Tropic Bowl fan, are we? Lucky you, Acai just got an upgrade at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. 2 words, Nutella drizzle. And the exotic new Dragon Fruit Bowl is as tropical as it gets. Dive spoon first. You're on tropic time now. IRS e-file is now open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. File free now. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. Click for eligibility.
And I'm got ready to take this thing a totally different direction. And she's never met me before. So before she sits down, I say to the crowd, I said, before we get started, Secretary Rice, I said, you look lovely today. She's like, thank you, Ken. I said, I think everybody, certainly golfers in the room, are wondering, how hard is it to pick an outfit out that goes with that green jacket? And most people reacted the way you just did. The golfers laughed out loud. It was an audible chuckle. They appreciated it. She laughed. She said something, whatever. But it immediately created a connection between the two of us. It was not a throwaway question. It was a connection question. She answered, then we sat down, and I'm telling you, I could see it on her face. She was like, this guy came prepared. This guy's not joking around. He's not just from the seat of his pants. He's not nervous. Like, there was a lot she could take away from that interaction. And so those first couple questions need to try to establish connection and chemistry. And the way to do that many times is to do something like I just did there, which is very personal, very customized. They know you've done your homework on them. And that just loosens them up a little bit.
Well, Ken, I just want to say you look great today.
Thank you. I wish I had a green jacket.
These insights, though, are so powerful, like lighter questions, not throwaway questions, to build rapport.
Yeah.
The compliment, kind of creating laughter, connection, and then preparedness. I mean, a lot of this comes back. I'm sure listeners are already like, whoa, the level of thinking. You just broke down the whole strategy for your show, too. You're like, there's a lot of things we need to know before we even get to those first questions. If we actually use some of your recent guests on your show, Front Row Seat, how do you prepare differently when interviewing someone like Nikki Haley versus an entrepreneur like Dan Martell?
Hey, we're about to get back into the podcast in just a second, but I have a question for you. Do you want to grow your personal brand this year? Do you need more leads and sales in your business? If the answer is yes, then right now is the best time to go all in on YouTube. Today's podcast is brought to you by thinkmasterclass.com, where you can get on-demand access to a 1-hour deep dive training revealing how to start and grow a profitable YouTube channel this year. For a limited time, you can get access to this on-demand class entirely for free, where you will learn the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when starting a YouTube channel, the new rules and changes that have been happening on YouTube and how you can use them to create an unfair advantage, and the exact strategy we use at Think Media to generate over 350,000 organic views every single day. The data is clear. 70% of viewers claim that YouTube makes them more aware of new brands. So don't wait any longer to start growing your brand and business with YouTube. Just go to thinkmasterclass.com to get access to this no-fluff, highly tactical, free on-demand training. That's thinkmasterclass.com. How do you prepare differently when interviewing someone like Nikki Haley versus an entrepreneur like Dan Martell?
Yeah, I love this question. So Nikki's body of work is in a completely different lane than Dan Martell, right? So Dan's stuff, he's putting out everything he thinks on Instagram and YouTube. So, you don't have to wonder what Dan thinks and why he thinks it. That guy he's in that lane. And, you also know his type. He's very wealthy. He's an entrepreneur. He doesn't even need to be doing any of this. Why is he doing it? There's a lot that you already know about Dan because everything's out there. Nikki, the only thing you know is what's been curated by her own team. She's a politician, so every speech she's ever given has been written by somebody else, edited 3 or 4 times. When you see her in an interview, it's not long form in podcasts. It's on Meet the Press, and she's very guarded with what she says because they have to be, because it's not a friendly interview. And so you automatically know you just have 2 different worlds that these people are from, and more importantly, 2 different ways that they operate. Like, you just know, whatever I throw at Dan, like, I can talk to him about being arrested because he's told the whole world about getting arrested at 14 and being on drugs. So, like, Dan's not worried about anything I throw at him. Nikki, if I'm going to ask her a personal question, she's going to be guarded just by the very nature of the context. So you prepare differently that way. With Nikki, I had to go back and do a lot of personal research on her to try to make that personal connection. The open of that interview was talking to her about dealing with racism in America, in the 70s, because she was the only Indian American kid in her classroom. They didn't know if she was white, black, Latino. Like, these are her words. And the only Indian family in the entire, rural community that she grew up in South Carolina. So, you establish rapport with her by going into something that she rarely gets to talk about because she's seen as obviously as a woman of power and influence. So that's the difference. And so you're going to get leadership content from her, and it's pretty much just leadership and personal. With Dan, you can get some entrepreneurship, you can get some personal stuff. It's just a wider range of content that you can get from him. From her, you're going to have to stay in her lane because she's been in a power position in politics for most of her career. And so that's what you're drawing from. So now you got to go, what can I pull from her political context and experience that translates to a middle manager or a young lady who wants to be in leadership, but she doesn't want to run for office. She just wants to run her company. So that's the difference in how you're mining for.
iPhone 16e has a durable design and ceramic shield because the average person drops their phone 208 times a year. Make that 209 once they see the price. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
Or content, but you have to understand the unique context of it and keep it in her context. Because if you go outside of her context, it would feel like a disjointed conversation.
Can you speak to, like, taking it all the way back to where you started, where, you've developed confidence, you've put in the reps, you've developed experience, your career has led you to different places where you've created influence, your channel's got over 100,000 subscribers, plus it's distributed on audio. So, I mean, you're having Nikki Haley and Dan Martell on the show, and someone that's just starting is like, I have an aspiration to do this. but that first interview, and the question would be getting comfortable. How do you get comfortable and develop confidence to get into conversations with people of such high caliber? But also, what is the importance of, if you go back to your beginning, to developing the reps, maybe maybe early mistakes, failures you made, and for that individual that someday hopes to have a A1 podcast and realizing this could be a very legacy move. I mean, not just that it's something you can make a living from, but just something that enriches your life, the connections you make, the relationships you make. This doesn't happen overnight. So what's been your journey of building your confidence, maybe making mistakes? Can you remember a mistake of being with somebody of higher influence and being like, man, I messed up there, and just the nature of putting in the reps and failing forward, if you will?
Relentless preparation leads to reflexive performance. I'm going to say it again. Relentless preparation leads to reflexive performance. Now, let me just unpack it briefly. I am answering your question. When I am putting so much time into the preparation of the interview and the questions, so the research and then the writing of the questions, and I get to that moment, no matter how nervous I am, our brain is a supercomputer. And I read something, Sean, once that said, even under the greatest of anxiety, our brain can still recall about 70% of what we put in it. Mm-hmm. And so you don't even have to, if you've got an iPad or your questions written out in front of you, you don't even have to worry about recall. And so what I did early on, the first interview I ever did was with Coach K, the legendary Hall of Famer for Duke, and I was the fill-in, but I was so prepared, and this was back in the day before we had iPads. They didn't even exist. And I'm sitting there with this legend, and I'm so nervous, Sean, I could barely swallow because I looked up to him. I was a big Duke fan, and I won't tell the long story because nobody cares. But here I am doing this for a John Maxwell simulcast, and I'm the backup because the TV guy that was supposed to do it couldn't do it, and I was helping him write the interview with the opportunity to go see Coach K. And all of a sudden, I'm thrust into this deal. But I had prepared so much. I had all my questions written out on 3x5 index cards. And I was prepared, Sean. So no matter how nervous I was, I could gather myself, look at my question on the card, and then spit it out. And what happened was about 2 questions in, I started ad-libbing. And I've told this story 1,000 times on podcasts. I wrote about it in the book One Question in that introduction. You probably remember me telling the story. But it got to a point where I felt like I was sitting in the hot tub with Coach K. I was so relaxed because I could see that he was enjoying it, and my questions were emitting really good responses, and all the preparation was taking over. So back to the statement of the relentless, just never stop preparing and get so prepared that in the moment, like Tom Brady or John Elway or your favorite quarterback who performs under pressure in the 2-minute drill with no timeouts, that's because for weeks on end they've been watching film. And then they practice the 2-minute drill. So they know the plays. They know what they're supposed to do. They know when to call a timeout. They know when to spike the ball. This is the relentless preparation, and it leads to reflexive performance where it looks like Tom Brady's pulse isn't even moving, and he's got a Super Bowl on the line. So in those early days at Catalyst, I was thrown into the boiler, and they trusted me, and the stakes were high. So I had to prepare because I was so nervous, and I found that the more I prepared, the less nervous I got prior to the interview. Now, when the moment came and I'm up on stage, in the early days, I was still nervous, but that was just that natural performative thing. The fact of the matter is I had that whole interview on an iPad then. By that point, we'd advanced an iPad, and it was right there. And here's what's beautiful. Because I had prepared, and I knew where I was going, and I had the interview in front of me too, and it was so well thought out. I mean, it was boom, first question, second question. I'd write little parentheses, maybe a follow-up here. To this day, I still do that. I'll write follow-up, question mark, so that in the moment, there are moments where I visualize the interview, and I'm going, there might be a nice little rabbit trail here. But here's what was beautiful.
Okay.
Stop forcing ads for your forklifts on financiers. Start marketing to the right people by targeting industries and functions on LinkedIn ads.
But here's what was beautiful. I was so prepared, Sean, that I loosened up once the interview got started, and my questions again began to prove to me in the moment, these are good questions because they're getting good answers and the guest is locked in and they're engaged and they're giving good stuff, so that I could then ad lib. Because if I go to lunch with you, I'm not looking at questions on my phone. I'm going to ask Sean a question about his wife and kids. That's where we're going to start. And you're going to tell me a little bit about your wife, and that might create a follow-up question. Oh, really? How long has she been doing that? You know, and you tell me about the kids. And there are going to be natural follow-up questions when you have lunch with somebody. And what makes that beautiful is because you're engaged with them, you're confident about where you want to go, what you want to ask them, and then that your answer sparks another question. Well, when you're prepared and your interview's laid out in front of you, there are some thoughts that you can go in the moment, no, I don't think that's a good follow-up. That's just me personally. I'd like to, if it was just me and Coach Dungy and we're having pizza, I'm going to go, tell me about that guy. Was he a real jerk? Yeah, I'm not going to do that because my mind goes, wait a second, what does the audience want? What do they need? They don't need to know that. That's Ken Coleman wanting to know about that linebacker. Nobody else in here wants to know about the linebacker. And so you can also delete a thought, but have the presence of mind to do that. But then when another thought comes up and goes, oh, I need to ask him, what did it feel like in those first few days when they fired him from Tampa and he had a winning record?
they totally cheated. They didn't actually do it. They like, no one opens the door and is excited to see you. They're like, who the fuck are you? Like that's 100% of the times, 99% of the times. And so these videos like, hey, what's up? Come on in. And I don't know who on our team thought of it. And then we did it and it went viral. And then a lot of our videos were knocking on doors or jets or yachts. But I honestly hated all of them. And I had so much anxiety about this content. And if I'm totally candid here, which I will be, I'm like, I'm pretty rich at this point. It's all relative, but I'm satisfied with how much money I have. Like, why am I doing this? I don't want to. I don't need to. And it's not something I can sustain. And I think that's also led me to, taking a break from doing some of the content. Whereas when I interviewed older people about their lives, like that have created businesses that I admired, like I would do that. I would pay for those. Like I would pay, like right now, I don't know if you know Buc-ee's. You know Buc-ee's? You ever heard of it?
The brand
gas station.
Oh, Buc-ee's, yeah.
Yeah, I want to interview, his name is Archie Bucky Beaver Alpin. He's like the kind of guy I want to interview. And those are the things where make content where you would even pay someone to be able to make that content. And that's starting what I'm leaning back into. That's where I'm interested in versus, and some of the times I'm interviewing people that are rich and I just don't care that they're rich. I don't care about their stuff, but I think we do it because we want the views and we want people to like us. And I think at the end of the day, if you can just find your own satisfaction doing it, you'll sustain longer. And I think it connects actually more deeply with the audience, which that was wild for me, man. I launched $1 Million Weekend. And what I found out was that, these million subscribers aren't actually engaged with me. They're engaged with like a character who does things. But when I actually said, hey, here's a book I've worked on and all my stories, and I think it'll help you if you want to do business, it did well in like New York Times and all this stuff. And it sold well and people seem to really like it. But I don't think the YouTube content and the community was there for me. And they don't have to be. But I think if I had more content as who I am and less like just this character that tries to do, business stuff, I wonder how that would have impacted the book.
And just for clarity, I heard you say that in your content experiments, your conversations with some billionaires who reflected back over their life and what really matters and what was significant was some of the priceless content that's been some of your favorite, and you want to double down on that in the future, and more things that are following what you're having fun and enjoying doing as opposed to maybe just what will get maximum amount of views.
Totally. But dude, it's addicting. It's addicting to put out bangers, as we call them, and get millions of views. And then you walk around in an airport and someone's like, oh shit, dude, like, I think I know you on YouTube. You're Noah, right? And I'm like, yeah. Like that actually, it feels fucking great. It feels great. I'm not going to try to pretend it. At the same time, though, I'm not as interested for a very long period of time sustaining that type of content creation. But that means it's available for someone else. For me, I think dad stuff, like people that are older stuff, I'm curious about money stuff lately. And so I'm going to lean more into that type of content creation moving forward.
Hey, we're about to get back into the podcast in just a second, but I have a question for you. Do you want to grow your personal brand this year? Do you need more leads and sales in your business? If the answer is yes, then right now is the best time to go all in on YouTube. Today's podcast is brought to you by thinkmasterclass.com, where you can get on-demand access to a 1-hour deep dive training revealing how to start and grow a profitable YouTube channel this year. For a limited time, you can get access to this on-demand class entirely for free, where you will learn the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when starting a YouTube channel, the new rules and changes that have been happening on YouTube and how you can use them to create an unfair advantage, and the exact strategy we use at Think Media to generate over 350,000 organic views every single day. The data is clear. 70% of viewers claim that YouTube makes them more aware of new brands. So don't wait any longer to start growing your brand and business with YouTube. Just go to thinkmasterclass.com to get access to this no-fluff, highly tactical, free on-demand training. That's thinkmasterclass.com.
Well, the conversation's gotten rich and philosophical here at the start. And I love everything that you're sharing. I do want to actually dive a little bit kind of into how your book might apply. And the book is $1 Million Weekend. Man, already over 3,000, like flawless reviews too. It's interesting. You have like flawless reviews on Amazon. And as you mentioned, New York Times bestseller. I think you can really see that a lot of books are thrown out there, to your point, maybe from people who shouldn't really be writing them or kind of faking the funk or don't really have the depth. This one's kind of already a perennial seller and just an incredible book. I guess my question is, like, if we're talking about the real YouTube money playbook, you laid the foundation that this is a wide open space to monetize anything that you're passionate about. But I'm kind of curious what revenue streams creators could be missing, or maybe how they should be thinking. Take it a little bit deeper. We encourage our community, our podcast listeners, all the time on the famous and now 20-year-old article from Kevin Kelly, 1,000 True Fans. A friend of mine, Shalene, was talking about maybe 500. Like, if you have an engaged following of 500 people, but you have some sort of business vehicle, you have some sort of, you've taken the surprisingly simple way to launch a 7-figure business in 48 hours, that, maybe it's, smallest viable audience, something like that. I guess I'm curious because the long tail, a lot of people aren't going to go viral, but there could be some sort of way of pairing YouTube with other income streams. So whether that's creating a product, creating a business, launching something, and we could get back to that, I'm just curious how you would approach encouraging someone to maybe identify, I'm going to do affiliate marketing, maybe they tie in with somebody else, maybe they even UGC, user-generated content. One of our students used YouTube skills to get hired by an AI graphic design software company.